be seated. Thank you very much, honorable members. Does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? Honorable van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to give notice of a motion that the Council, as a matter of urgency, calls for a snap debate on the Integrated Energy Plan prior to any further energy deals to be concluded. The Minister of Energy must table the Integrated Energy Plan in the NCOP. This House notes that just last week in the Economics Cluster oral question session, the Minister clearly stated that she has published it while it was still before Cabinet. It is clear that she is not sharing it with Parliament. The Department of Energy plans to enter into large-scale nuclear deals over the next 20 years against concerns of affordability by National Treasury, the public and members of even the ANC. This roadmap blocks the electricity generation by gas and renewable resources, all at the cost of future economic growth and job creation. I so move.
Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move notice of a motion that in the next sitting of this House, the Council debates the importance and relevance of reconciliation as envisaged by our Constitution and Nelson Mandela for a prosperous South Africa in the 5th Parliament and beyond. I so move.
I don't see any other hand. We shall then proceed. You may proceed, Honorable Member. That will be the last, so that we don't have afterthought motions. You may proceed, Honorable.
Just to remind you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I'm Thandi Mphambo Sibukwana. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a notice of a motion that this House debates the socio-economic burden on single-headed families and children who do not receive regular papgeld, imali yesondlo tata. In South Africa, 48% of children grow up either without a mother or a father. In tens of thousands of these cases, child maintenance is not paid by the absent parent. The Department of Trade and Industry, Justice and Constitutional Development, together with Social Development, should coordinate a plan to work together to crack down on child maintenance defaulters. Any parent who dodges their responsibility will deprive their children in successfully accessing opportunities for education, jobs, and a chance of a normal adult life. I so move, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Thandi Mphambo Sibukwana. That concludes notices of motions. Honorable members, can we then proceed to motions without notices? There's a list that has been drawn up. Honorable Mokoena.
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the FF to move without notice that the Council, 1, note the unbecoming and unbespeakable.
Is that a point of order? We have it? No, that's not a point of order. Can you continue, Honorable Mokoena?
Thank you, Chair. I rise on behalf of the AFF to move without notice that the council, one, note that the unbecoming and unspeakable behavior by the Rustenburg local municipality towards street vendors. Note that in a today South Africa that is faced with the scourge of unemployment and crime, it is concerning that Rustenburg local municipality continue to harass street vendors, seize their goods illegally under the pretense of enforcing municipal bylaws. Notes that municipal bylaw enforcement officers do not follow proper procedure when they enforce laws, break their own laws, and often seized goods to their houses instead of municipal houses. Acknowledge that the march by the EFF in Northwest to the Rustenburg local municipality in solidarity with the marginalized, oppressed, and destitute street vendors, not only in Northwest but throughout the country, who continue to be subject to harassment by the same municipality that are supposed to serve and protect them. Call on the Rustenburg local municipality to recall and illegally confiscated goods from street vendors as outlined on the memorandum of demand handed to the municipality on Monday as soon as possible. Call on local government to build decent and suitable infrastructure to build a place where they will conduct their trade with dignity. Further, call on all bylaw municipality officials to treat other fellow members of society, in particular street vendors, with dignity, respect, and humility as they strive to make a livelihood under the difficult circumstances. So I stay.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of the objection, the motion will then be a notice of a motion. Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move that as from Monday, SA drivers are now required to provide a proof of residence when applying to renew your vehicle license. Please take note, members. The new rule came into effect on the 2nd of November by the National Department of Transport as part of Regulation 32A of the National Road Traffic Regulations. Drivers whose vehicle licenses are up for renewal in November should take note that issuing of a vehicle license disc could be denied if these new requirements are not met. We urge the department to advertise this 32A regulation under the public, as it can cause huge frustration when drivers get sent back to obtain the relevant proof of address after standing in queues for long periods of time. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice of motion. Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I present the motion without notice as follows. I hereby move without notice that the Council note with concern the sadness of the sudden and untimely death of a 23 years Tshwane Ngakula. Also note that Tshwane is the second of 4 children of the former Minister of Defense and later the Minister of Safety and Security, Mr. Charles, and the current Defense Minister, Noseviwe Ngakula. Further note that he met his death after he was stabbed in the upper body on Saturday in Besedenwood Valley last week, while his mother was overseas for work, and the perpetrator is under police custody. Therefore, our prayers and thoughts are with the family and friends as we send our deepest sympathies to them. We hope and believe that fond memories of their son and friends will bring comfort during this difficult time of loss. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? In the absence of any, therefore, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 63 of the Constitution. It was not an objection. Oh, okay. Honorable Isaac.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a motion without notice that the Mpumalanga Department of Health has been diagnosed as terminal by the Auditor General. In the annual report for the 2014-2015 financial year, the Auditor General indicated that the Health MEC Gillian Mashiru's department has regressed even further and obtained yet another qualified opinion. The AG's report shows clearly the serious challenges, which include irregular expenditure has now skyrocketed to 1.9 billion rand. Claims against this department have now increased to 1.4 billion. Unauthorized expenditure now stands at 10 million. Accruals now carry a bill of 357 million. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounts to 3.6 million in 12 months. This department's inability to manage its finances negatively affects the 88% of Mpumalanga citizens who use the public health finances on a daily basis and should now definitely be placed under curatorship. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice. Special delegate from Gauteng. Is it Gauteng? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that the Mayor of the Tshwane Metro, his city manager, and other officials involved must be held accountable for the failed and troubled smart electricity metering contract that already wasted a whopping 1.8 billion since 2013. This is despite a warning from the Finance Minister instructing Tshwane Metro not to go ahead with the deal. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should urgently intervene to avoid further losses to the people of Tshwane. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, the motion shall then read as a notice. Special delegate from Free State.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that Council notes that the severe drought facing our country has the potential to impact negatively on food security and political stability. That food security was one of the major reasons for the so-called Arab Spring uprisings in Egypt, which emphasizes the role of food security in securing political stability. That besides ensuring food security, the agricultural sector in the country play an important role in ensuring social and economic stability through their income generation and job creation in rural communities. That Council calls on government to support the agricultural community through drought relief and by ensuring that policy and legislative proposals do not cause additional stress on a sector that is already vulnerable and facing an exodus of skills and expertise that have taken many generations to create. That Council recognizes the contributions of subsistence, emerging and commercial farmers who continue to produce food for our nation. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of that, therefore, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 63 of the Constitution. Honorable Klimbi.
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the African National Congress, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes that the decision of the Democratic Alliance to expel its racist MP, Diana Cole-Barnett, from Parliament and the party. Also notes that the ANC in Parliament had called for her expulsion for the national legislature, as this institution, founded on the values of non-racialism, equality, and democracy, cannot afford to harbor racists and white supremacists of Cole-Barnett's ilk. Further notes that this might not be the end, as the party's policy allows her to appeal, and that the DA's decision to expel Cole-Barnett, although on the face of the looks principled, would do little to cleanse itself of its twin demons of racism and apartheid rule, and knows the fact that there remain public representatives guilty of racism within the DA ranks, against whom no action was taken, which makes the party's decision against Cole-Barnett appear like a convenient public relations stunt. Therefore, the DA's decision on Collar Barnard, far from being a positive move, is a serious indictment on the DA as a party that is still haunted by the demons that characterize the nation's darkness period prior to the dawn of democracy and racism in 1994. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, the motion shall therefore read as a notice. I have Honorable Mlambo.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. I hereby move without notice that the Council knows and welcome in appreciation that...
Order, honorable members.
Anything wrong here? Knows and welcome in appreciation that President Jacob Zuma has donated a light aircraft and other technological equipment to assist in fighting rhino poaching in the Kruger National Park. Also notes that demonstrates the commitment in the war against rhino poachers, and it is a big challenge that needs community to join forces with government. Further notes that whilst the anti-rhino poaching awareness campaign has been also key, a joint operations center has also been officially opened to see law enforcement agencies working together to fight the scourge of rhino poaching. And notes that as evidenced by the call on the Sun Park management to create employment for poor communities living next to the Kruger National Park, the government does not just promote the involvement of communities, but also aims at fighting unemployment. We therefore applaud such kinds of government initiatives. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Deputy.
Is there any objection to the motion? Is that an objection? Okay. The motion shall therefore not be proceeded with and therefore shall be read as a notice of a motion. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House notes that Good Hope Village in Mogalakwena, Limpopo has now been at least 10 years without water. That the community collect water from an open well that is filthy with frogs, mosquito larvae, and other insects in it. That the 2 water projects that were implemented at the village has failed. That there are taps standing around as monuments of the once hopeful aspirations of a desperate community. That the borehole water is undrinkable as it has got a high salt content. That this House directs this urgent matter to the Minister of Water and Sanitation for immediate intervention. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of, it doesn't bring us to the end of the motion because I need to proceed to the Chief Whip. Did you have your hand up? Okay. May you proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move, without notice, that the Council notes the political analysis of former President
Order, Honorable Members.
Yeah, I'm going to read it all over again if we keep making a noise and disturb me. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters to move without notice that Council note the political analysis of former President Motlanthe that the tripartite alliance between the ANC, COSATU, and the SAPC is dead, and whoever believes otherwise is delusional. Acknowledge that as much as the political analysis by the former president is not new or surprising to many, in particular those in government, it is important for all workers represented by COSATU-affiliated unions to understand the consequences. Further note that the former president acknowledged that the ANC is playing games with our people. If they are going to pick and choose when to stick to policies and the constitution, something that must not be taken lightly. Further acknowledge that the reason that workers are still subjected to labor brokering and the fight for labor brokers is left to students. I'm going to read that again. The fight for labor brokering is left to students is because COSATU is employing their staff through labor brokers. Call on all workers to note that the majority of COSATU affiliated unions are essentially employees, and their interest as workers will always play second fiddle to their employees' interest. Hey, you're like heckling, hey? I'm not done yet. Further call on unions that all who are still in unions must represent workers.
Honorable members, order. Let us not drown the speaker. Let us not drown the speaker. Let's hear her.
Too.
And honorable member, may I just bring it to your attention that your time has expired, but because of the problem, I will allow you a minute.
The last, thank you. Call on all workers to note that the majority of COSATU affiliated unions are essentially their employees, and their interest as workers will always play second fiddle to the employees' interest. Further call on unions that all...
Chair.
Is that an objection, honorable member?
It's a point of order.
Okay.
Chair, the rules are very clear that you cannot drown a member of parliament to the point where we cannot hear him. Can the chair please can we protect the member, please?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, that's
ANC
exactly what I did. To bring it to the attention of members, not to drown the honorable member.
Yes.
Honorable member, you are left with a few seconds before.
Okay, ANC choir, can I finish? Further call on unions that are still unions that represent workers, not businesses disguised as labor unions, to recruit robustly and safeguard the interest of workers at bargaining councils.
Your time has expired, honorable member. And as a result of that, your motion will be fully printed on the order paper in the next sitting. Is that the point of? On what point are you rising, honorable member?
Chair, I was checking my time, and I'm worried that the time that was wasted by these members who was drowning the member counted for, and I also noticed that the member of the ANC at the back there from the Western Cape also overstepped his time, but you did not rule on that. Can we please have fairness in the House?
Honorable member, that's not a point of order, unfortunately. Honorable Faber?
Yes, Honourable Chair, I've been accused by some ANC members that I'm making the ha sound, but I can't, because that's the sound that the Honourable
member, that's not a point of order. Can you take your seat, please? Members, we now come to the motion on the order paper as printed in the name of the Chief Whip. Honourable Chief Whip.
Deputy Chair of the Council, thank you very much for this opportunity. I therefore move that the Council notes 1A, the resolution of 7th May 2015, which established an ad hoc joint committee on probing violence against foreign nationals, and further resolution of 27th August 2015, which required the committee to report by 30 September 2015, and B, Joint Rule 138, 5B, which provides that an ad hoc joint committee ceases to exist when the date for completion of the task has expired. 2, resolved, subject to the concurrence of the National Assembly, to re-establish the ad hoc joint committee on probing violence against foreign nationals with the same composition, membership, mandate, and powers. 3, instruct the committee to incorporate in its work the proceedings and all the work of the previous committee, and lastly, directs the committee to report on or before 20 November 2015, Deputy Chair. I move accordingly.
Thank you very much. As there's no speakers list, I shall now put the question. And the question is that the motion be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration? In the absence of any, then we shall proceed with the voting, and I shall do that by calling provinces in an alphabetical manner. Eastern Cape?
Thank you, Chairperson. The Eastern Cape support the motion.
Okay. Free State?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The Free State support the motion.
Gauteng?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. We do support.
Thank you. Limpopo? KwaZulu-Natal. Sorry.
KwaZulu-Natal support the motion.
Limpopo?
Thanks very much, Chair. Limpopo supports the motion.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape?
The Northern Cape supports the motion. Thank you.
Northwest?
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape? All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the motion as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, oversight visit to the Matlosana One-Stop Child Justice Center, Northwest Province.
Honorable Klimbi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the committee undertook an oversight visit to the town of Klerksdorp, to the Matlosana One-Stop Child Justice Center in the Northwest Province on the 20th of August, 2015. The Matlosana Center was designated as a one-stop child justice center in February 2013 and subsequently launched in August 2013. No, Chairperson, I'm sorry. It was designated in February 2013 and subsequently launched in August 2013. The Matlosana Center consists of a secure case facility operated by the Department of Social Development, but managed by Bosasa, a private entity, and a children's court comprises holding cells, victim-friendly facilities, private interview rooms, office, and the magistrate's court. The following are some of the achievements in the province in the implementation of the Child Justice Act. 1, Chairperson, stakeholders have been working together in an integrated manner. A lot of cases are disposed at preliminary inquiry level. Most of cases are diverted. Few are sent to trial. Probation officers are available to conduct assessments of children. NGOs such as Kohago and Kulisa are active in the province, Chairperson. An anti-gangsterism organization was being established by an ex-offender who has been rehabilitated in order to help the children involved in gangsterism to withdraw from gangs. Chairperson, the committee made the following recommendations. Members advised that in the interest of the child, dependents must meet regularly and render assistance immediately when shortcomings are identified. The Department of Basic Education must conduct oversight on the center to determine if educators were qualified and implementing the relevant curriculum. The outsourcing of the MSCF to provide companies must have a stipulated end date for handover to the Department of Social Development. Members noted that the center must be properly managed by the state itself, and that outsourcing of services should not be a permanent situation. The Matlosana Center Court did not have the most practical infrastructure. The offices were too small, and the children were often not had in comfortable surroundings. The committee recommended that the Provincial Intersectoral Committee review the space requirements of the court and plan for structural improvement to improve the space limitation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declaration of vote, if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to? In the absence of any, we shall then now proceed with the voting, and in so doing, I shall call provinces in an alphabetical manner. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape supports.
Free State? Gauteng?
In support.
KwaZulu-Natal?
Motion.
Can you just switch on your mic again? Okay. Yeah.
KwaZulu-Natal support the motion.
Limpopo?
Limpopo support.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees to the report as tabled, Chair.
Northern Cape?
The Northern Cape agrees with the report, Chair. Thanks.
Northwest?
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape?
Cape Iyaqasa.
All nine provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, revised draft rules 2015 made in terms of Section 7, subsection 3 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, Act number 3 of 2000.
Honorable Quimby.
Thank you, Chairperson. This is the revised draft rules 2015 made in terms of Section 7.3 of the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act of 2000. The draft rules give to court judgment in 2012, which declare the previous Promotion of Administrative Justice Act rules unconstitutional. Subsequent to the judgment, the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act rules, Committee of the Rules Board drafted rules. These new rules were presented before the committee for approval. The Promotion of Administrative Justice Act of 2000 gives effect to Section 33 of the Constitution. In Lawyers for Human Rights versus Rules Board for Courts of Law and others in 2012, the North Gauteng High Court found parts of the new rules of the procedure for justice review of administrative action made under the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act 3 of 2000 unconstitutional. The new rules were adopted by Parliament in 2009, but not yet brought into operation by the Minister of Justice, pending the review applications. These rules are meant to replace the current Rule 53 of the High Court rules as the primary procedure for challenging administrative action in court. The new rules provided for WUBI applicants to request access to all relevant documents from the administrator prior to the bringing an application for review. Chairperson, the rules were revised in respect of the following. 1, retention of the existing review procedure embodied in High Court Rule 53. Non-adoption of a special procedure for promotion of Administrative Justice Act review. Alignment with existing procedural rules in both the High Court and lower courts. And addressing shortcomings identified in the State Pretoria High Court judgment. Therefore, Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice concluded its deliberations on the draft rules on the 23rd of September 2015 and recommends that the National Council of Provinces approved said draft rules. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall then proceed with by putting the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote, if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting. I shall then call provinces in an alphabetical order. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape supports.
Free State? Gauteng?
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Limpopo?
Limpopo agrees.
Mpumalanga?
We agree, Chair, Mpumalanga.
Northern Cape?
The Northern Cape agrees, Chair.
Northwest?
Northwest accepts, Chair.
Western Cape? Western Cape?
We support.
All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will then read the third order.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, provisional suspension from office of Magistrate L. Zantsi.
I think Honorable Klimbi must just sit here. You may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I have to sit here. Yeah, this is my day today. Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered evidence relating to the report on the provisional suspension from office of Magistrate, Mr. L. Zantsi, an aspirant magistrate at Laingsburg, Western Cape, tabled by the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services in terms of Section 13(3)(b) of the Magistrates Act, Act number 90 of 1993, reports as follows. Mr. Zantsi was appointed with effect from the 4th of November, 2013, 2013, Chairperson, I'm sorry. As an experienced magistrate in the vacant post of magistrate at Laingsburg. Chairperson, this man is 49 years of age and served the Department of Justice as Constitutional Development as an interpreter, prosecutor, and senior prosecutor prior to his appointment to the lower court bench. He has been an acting magistrate since 3rd May 2010, before he is appointed as at Laingsburg. The Commission, as a result of the complaints against him, resolved to extend Mr. Zanzi's probation period for a period of 6 months from 1st December 2014 to 31st May 2015, or until such time the investigation into complaints has been concluded. These are the charges of misconduct, Chairperson. Having received numerous complaints and allegations of misconduct against Mr. Zantsi, the Commission conducted a preliminary investigation into the allegation. The Commission considered the content of the preliminary investigation report and resolved to charge Mr. Zantsi with 14 counts of misconduct. The allegation against him include the following amongst others. He reported for duty while he was under the influence of intoxicating liquor. He, on a number of occasions, absent himself from the office or duty without valid cause and without notifying the subcluster and or cluster head of his intended absence. He altered verbal abuse words towards a female member of South African Police Service. He has a criminal case pending against him for driving under the influence of alcohol. Chairperson, Magistrate Commission's preliminary findings. After considering Mr. Zanzi's responses as to why he should not be suspended, the Commissioner on the 24th of June, 2015, resolved to recommend that Mr. Zantsi be provisional suspended from the office in terms of Section 13(3)(a) of the Magistrates Act of 90 of 1993, pending the investigation into his fitness to hold office. The Commission is of the view that the existing evidence against Mr. Zantsi is of such serious nature as to make it inappropriate for him to perform the functions of a magistrate while the allegations are being investigated. It would be appropriate for a judicial officer appearing as the accused before a court of law to still sit on the bench. The Commissioner holds the view that without anticipating the outcome of the investigation into his fitness to hold the office of magistrate, the existing evidence against Mr. Zantsi is of such serious nature that it would justify his removal from office should he be found guilty of the misconduct charges which are preferred against him. Chairperson, those are the Minister's recommendation to Parliament to for removal. In light of the above, the Minister for Justice and Correctional Services decided to provisionally suspend Mr. Zantsi from the office of magistrate with immediate effect, with retention of remuneration pending the outcome of an investigation into his fitness to hold such office. Therefore, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Commission's report on the provisional suspension from office of Magistrate, Mr. L. Zantsi, and the Minister's request, recommends that the National Council of Provinces approve the provincial suspension from office of Magistrate, Mr. Zantsi. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting, and I shall do that by calling provinces in an alphabetical order. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyaxhasa le ngxelo.
Free State?
Free State agrees.
Gauteng?
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal support.
Limpopo?
Limpopo agrees.
Mpumalanga?
Siyavumelana lombiko sihlalo eziMpumalanga.
Northern Cape?
The Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northwest?
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape?
Nshono Colony iyaxhasa.
All 9 provinces voted in favor, therefore declared the report as agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 4th order.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Security and Justice, Child Justice Workshop Report.
Honorable Klimbi.
Thank you again, Chairperson. Chairperson. On the 27th May 2015, the Select Committee on Security and Justice hosted a workshop on child justice. The purpose of the workshop was to ensure that MPs understand the Child Justice Act of 2008 and all implementation challenges related thereto prior to conducting the oversight visit to the Child Justice Center in Northwest. The Child Justice Act provides for specialized child justice courts and one-stop child justice center for all cases involving children. To date, there are 3 fully operational one-stop justice centers in the country, situated in Port Elizabeth, Bloemfontein, and Claxton. All the major services are in one building: holding cells, assessment rooms, police service, probation service, a courtroom, and room for presenting diversion programs so that parents and children will not need to travel. The workshop specifically sought to provide a platform for discussion and engagement amongst both civil society organizations and government role players in respect of the challenges in implementation of the Child Justice Act. Chairperson, the following was agreed to in the workshop. The Department of Justice and Correctional Services took a conscious decision to halt the establishment of the Child Justice Center because they are trying to assess the infrastructure and the actual resources that must exist in the Child Justice Center countrywide. The department will review the sector and ensure that current priorities are on capacity. Further, the department resolved to improve levels of assessment of children and the gathering of statistics. Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered this report, recommends that National Councils of Provinces approve the said report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now proceed by putting the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. In terms, or according to Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting. I shall then do so by calling provinces in an alphabetical order. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape, iyaxhasa le ngxelo.
Free State?
Free State support, Chair.
Gauteng?
Gauteng supports.
KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal supports.
Limpopo?
Limpopo supports.
Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape?
Northern Cape supports, Chair.
Northwest?
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape?
Die Weskaap stem saam.
All 9 provinces voted in favor, therefore declare the report as agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 5th order. 5th and 6th. Yeah.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, Cape Town Agreement of 2012 on the implementation of the provisions of the Torremolinos Protocol of 1993 relating to the International Convention for Safety of Fishing Vessels, 1977, with explanatory memorandum, and consideration of report of Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, African Maritime Transport Charter with explanatory memorandum.
Honorable Makue.
Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, the Cape Town Agreement was presented to the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development on the 13th of October 2015 by the Department of Transport, and there was unanimity on the proposal to present it for the ascension of this House. There were significant amendments made to the 1993 protocol in the 2012 agreement. An example is in Article 9 on signature, ratification, acceptance, approval, and accession of the protocol that has been amended and replaced with Article 3 in the Cape Town Agreement. Also, Chairperson, Article 10 of entry into force of the protocol was redrafted as Article 4 in the agreement. The motivations for the agreement is, amongst others, in terms of the Constitution of South Africa, international regulations cannot be enforced locally unless they are translated into national laws. Secondly, the Cape Town Agreement aims at bringing into force a binding international safety regime to play a part in the helping to improve safety standards and reduce the loss of life at sea. This will be checked by port surveyors. Thirdly, even if South Africa is not a state party to the protocol, its vessels will be subjected to the provisions of the protocol when in the waters of a state party to the protocol. The strategies of the Cabinet memo that was shared with us by the Department of Transport summarizes that Chapter 6 of the National Development Plan acknowledges that marine fisheries are an important sector for subsistence and employment. The plan further recommends the promotion of safety and health in the fishing industry. The agreement is in line with Operation Pakisa's objectives. Therefore, Cabinet also recommends that South Africa ratifies the agreement. South Africa's looking at our obligation and how we will implement the plan, and the following is important. South African fishing vessels of over 24 meters and longer will be subjected to the provisions of the protocol and therefore needs to comply. Laws and regulations are only of value if they are implemented. The South African Maritime and Safety Authority, SAMSA, has developed policies and procedures for the survey of fishing vessels in line with the draft regulations. Chair, it's a pleasure to note that we already have qualified surveyors to do this work. The fishing industry has been widely consulted and were involved in development of the IMO regulations that forms an integral part of these protocols and agreements. Chair, it's important for us as a select committee to report to you that consultations were held with the state law advisors, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. Both the latter support the agreement. But consultations were also held with industry stakeholders, with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, with the South African Maritime Safety Agency, with Transnet National Port Authority, with the Department of Defense, and in particular the Navy, with the Department of Environmental Affairs, and also with the Department of Trade and Industry. The other implications, Chairperson, is that the agreement brings additional financial implications to the state, as SAMSA will need to develop procedures and survey the fishing vessels. There is obviously going to be expenditure on communication. And then thirdly, important to note that DIRCO shall facilitate the process of depositing the instrument of ratification. Security implications are minimal, if any. The recommendation, therefore, is, Chair, we request this House to support ratification of the Cape Town Agreement of 2012 in the implementation of the provisions of the Torremolinos Protocol of 1993 related to the International Convention for Safety of Fishing Vessels 1977. The Department Chairperson and members also presented the African Maritime Transport Charter to the Select Committee on Economic and Business Development. The Select Committee received the Charter with appreciation and favor. The Charter has 15 chapters and 54 articles that were adopted by the 15th Ordinary Session of the African Union Assembly held in Kampala, Uganda on the 26th of July 2010. Chapter 1 deals with definitions. Chapter 2 clarifies the objectives and principles of cooperation. Chapter 3 provides the institutional framework. Chapter 5 spells cooperation in maritime and inland waterways transport. Chapter 6 indicates cooperation between landlocked states and parties and transit state parties. Chapter 8 provides for multimodal transport and port management. Chapter 9 supports protection of the marine environment. Chapter 10 gives attention to the information and communication technologies and facilitation of maritime traffic. Chapter 11 gives attention to the development of a maritime and inland waterways. Chapter 12 provides for the financing of maritime and inland waterways transport. Chapter 13 looks at human resources development. Chapter 14 declares the commitment of states and parties on the implementation, monitoring, and evaluation mechanisms. Chapter 15 indicates the final provisions. Chair, in the opinion of the Select Committee, all these are making it possible for us to, with confidence, come and present it to you today. As we shared during the presentation of the Select Committee, and I quote, Africa would have been a different continent if such a declaration existed before many of our country's people were sold into slavery. It is appropriate that we remember and boldly proclaim, never again, with the same courage and commitment of Madiba. Dr. Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, our former president and devoted member of the ANC. As November is the month we recall the painful memories of the slave trade, we today strongly urge this House to show our solidarity by approving South Africa's accession to this important African Maritime Transport Charter. I thank you all.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question in respect of the fifth order. The question is that the report be agreed to in accordance with Rule 7.1. I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against or abstain buttons. I now call upon provinces. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape, I cast a language.
Free State.
Free State iyayiqhasa.
Gauteng,
Gauteng iyadumela.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal support the motions.
Limpopo,
Limpopo agrees.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga votes in favor of approval of the report as tabled, Honorable House Chair.
Northern Cape,
Cape supports the report, Chair. Thanks.
Northwest,
Northwest agrees, Chair.
Western Cape,
Western Cape iyayiqhasa mhlali ngaphambili.
the 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. I shall now put the question in respect of the 6th order. The question is that the report be agreed to in accordance with Rule 7.1. I shall first allow provinces, if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain buttons. I'll now call upon provinces. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape iyayiqhasa le ngxelo.
Free State,
Naye Free State iyayiqhasa.
Gauteng,
Gauteng iyavuma.
KwaZulu Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal is in favor.
Limpopo,
Limpopo agrees.
Mpumalanga,
Siyavuma thina Mpumalanga sila.
Northern Cape,
Gamudula Stila.
Northwest,
Northwest supports, Chair.
Western Cape,
Tshwane Koloni iyayiqhasa.
9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 7th order of the day.
Consideration of Medicines and Related Substances Amendment Bill, B6D of 2014, and report of Select Committee on Social Services thereon.
Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My greeting to the House Chair, greetings to special delegates, honorable members, my special greeting to Honorable Mkwena. After being away for a long time, you are welcome, sir. Honorable Chair.
Dlamini, order. Honorable Mkwena. Order,
Chair.
members. Order, members. Honorable Mkwena.
Chair, I just need clarity as to why I get the special treatment.
Thank you. Thank you.
If she's saying I'm special, I agree.
Honorable Mkwena, you have made your point. Honorable Dlamini, you can continue and respond to Honorable Mkwena. You can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The Medicines and Related Substance Amendment Bill, B6D of 2014, Section 76, seeks to amend the Medicines and Related Substance Act 101 of 1965 and the Medicines and Related Substances Amendment Bill 72 of 2008. This is in order to strengthen the current Medicines Regulatory Authority, the Medicine Control Council, MCC, as it's known, through the establishment of a new authority, the South African Health Product Regulatory Authority, SAPRA, define certain expressions and to delete or amend certain definitions and to effect certain technical corrections to put the Act in line with the current trends. Honorable Chair and the House, it is worth mentioning that it is the second time that this bill is being tabled in Parliament. It was introduced at the end of the 4th Parliament and lapsed at the end of the 4th Parliament to be reintroduced in the 5th Parliament. Honorable Chair, before my time lapses, I want to thank all members of the committee chairpersons of portfolio committees in all 9 provinces and their committee members, our legal advisors, the department, and provincial liaison officers of all 9 provinces for their participation and making sure that today we're presenting this bill. I want to thank them very much. Chairperson, it is also worth noting that the proposed amendment in this bill are in line with the ANC 53rd National Conference resolution on improving the quality of public health services to achieve a long and healthy lives for all South Africans. The critical issues on the bill are that it seeks to modify the Principal Act, the Medicine and Related Substance Act of 1965, as amended by the Medicines and Related Substance Amendment Act of 2008. A new regulatory authority for all medicines, medical devices, and foodstuff. You'll remember, honorable members, that before, all the devices were not going through that, the current structure that we have now. But with this one now, all devices will be going through this for approval. It provides for the establishment of objects and functions of the new regulatory authority for medicines and medical devices and guidelines for the transition period between the existing Medical Control Council to the new SAPRA. It seeks to improve access to medical treatment and the fast-tracking of new treatment and the harmonization of information amongst regulatory authorities. You will know, Honorable Chair and members, that currently the experts that we are using are working mostly in universities. We only seek them, we only access them when they have time. But with this one, we will have, in a way, permanent people who will be appointed to support the authority. It seeks to address ambiguities in legislation, particularly those to do with regulation that has led to excessively high medical demands. Honorable Chair, in addition to the above, the following are some of the key aspects of the bill. New SAPRA will be permitted to issue registration certificates or reject application for registration of medicines and cancel registration of any medicine, medical device, or vitro diagnostic. It is not in the best interest of the public. That is not in the best interest of the public. SAPRA will be empowered to publish register for medicines, scheduled substances, medical devices on their website. The bill is focused on the supply of medicines in South Africa and stipulates where medicines registered in South Africa can be imported and supplied in the event of generally equivalent medicines not being available. In addition, this amendment bill's intention includes banning the bonusing and sampling system used by pharmaceutical companies. In terms of the public hearing, Honorable Chair, public hearings were hosted in all 9 provinces with the support of the department, of course, during the briefings and also during the public hearings. The department was always there. The Amendment Bill 8, of whom contributed to the amendments via their voting mandates, the provinces carefully and comprehensively applied themselves to this process and raised the following concerns during their negotiating mandate. How traditional medicines would be integrated to the amendment bill. Honorable Chair, it was responded by saying there is another bill that is coming that will deal with traditional medicines. The amendment bill not having uniform regulatory criteria which would lead to unintended consequences, that SAPRA should have branches in provinces. This matter was resolved through SAPRA having key linkages with stakeholders across provinces. That the board of SAPRA should have representatives from all provinces. Further, on the question of turnaround times for applications to register medicines, the finer details in this regard will be covered in the regulations and guidelines. With regard to budgeting and staffing of SAPRA and the potential financial impact of the budget allocations, it was agreed that registration fees collected by SAPRA will be retained as per the proposed business model of SAPRA, with additional funding from the National Treasury being used to cover the deficit to run the regulatory authority. The Select Committee on Social Services has a number of meetings with the Department of Health to deliberate on this bill. The Select Committee on Social Services that refers to members carefully and comprehensively applied themselves to the process. The evidence of this, Honorable Chair and the House, this amendment bill is supported by all 9 provinces. The Select Committee on Social Services agreed to the amendment Medicines and the Related Substances Bill, Bill 60 of 2014, after deliberations and consideration. We therefore, Chair, present to the House for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations if they so wish. We shall now proceed to voting. Oh, Western Cape. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Chairperson. On behalf of the Western Cape, we would like to make a declaration that we do support the Medicine and Related Substance Amendment Bill 60 of 2014 with amendments. The main aim of the bill, Chairperson, is to regulate the safety, the efficacy, and the quality of medicines. This means that the South African Product Regulatory Authority, SAHAPRA, will ensure that products that meet this criteria will be sold in South Africa. Chairperson, currently, the medicines are regulated by the Medicines Control Council as mandated by the Act of 1965. The 2008 Act provided for the establishment of the South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, which certifies and registers medicine, medical devices, and IVDs, provide for the control of scheduled substances. The bill also governs how the SAHAPRA board will be composed and matters connected therewith. We wish to state it categorically, Chairperson, that government has a duty to protect South African citizens from unsafe medicines and ineffective products. The use of ineffective products can be detrimental to proper health care and could result in death without proper regime to monitor medicine in one's life could be put in jeopardy. In conclusion, Chairperson, we wish as the Western Cape to state it that the judgment that was done in 1988 called the Ritza pharmaceutical case, the court stated clearly that the right to freely engage in economic activities was clearly an important right in an open and democratic society based on freedom and equality. But the purpose that the right had been limited by the legislation in question was a cause for concern. Without proper regulation and control, the health of the public, Chairperson, could be in jeopardy. SAHAPRA will professionalize and speed up the registration of the medicine, medical devices, and IVDs, which the MCC in its current form is not able to address. The Western Cape does support this bill with amendments. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Any other province? Thank you. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor, against, or abstain buttons. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyayixhasa le ngxelo.
Thank you. Free State?
Free State accepts.
Thank you. Gauteng?
Gauteng agreed.
Thank you. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyawuseka lo mbiko.
Thanks. Limpopo?
Limpopo supports.
Thank you. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Thank you. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape agrees, Chair.
Thank you. Northwest?
Northwest supports the report by the chair of the select committee.
Thank you. Western Cape?
We support.
Thank you. All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill as agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 8th order of the day.
Consideration of Disaster Management Amendment Bill and Report of Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs.
Honorable Mohapi.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to everyone. Chair, in the past weeks, we have witnessed a heat wave that reached 35 degrees Celsius in Johannesburg, which was unusual. Considering the socio-economic context, a large proportion of our people lives in poverty, where informal settlements are set up in locations that are vulnerable to extreme weather patterns. All this illustrate that climate change is not a myth, and we have to prepare ourselves for the associated disasters that come as a result. Lately, during the oversight visit of the Select Committee in Indaka and in Babazani local municipalities, we observed water crisis as a result of drought in the areas of KwaZulu-Natal. The Premier of the Free State, His Excellency Elias Sekgobelo Magashule, was on the media cautioning the Free State communities about these challenges confronting the province. This all point to the need to have proactive measures to manage natural disasters. History has shown that societies sustain annual losses due to the impact of natural hazards. The notion of disaster has undergone a dramatic transformation of meaning over time. In the early development of humankind and civilization, many, if not most, of the cultures around the world viewed disasters as an act of God. Development in science gradually started to question these perceptions and truth of disaster. The investigation into the intrinsic nature of disasters as well as human reaction to and underlying causal factors creating disasters progressively came under the spotlight. The focus on disaster and risk came about through various initiatives and events since the Second World War. South Africa, House Chair, faces increasing levels of disaster risk. It is exposed to a wide range of weather hazards, including drought, cyclones, and severe storms that can trigger widespread hardship and devastation. In addition, South Africa's extensive coastline and proximity to shipping routes present numerous marine and coastal threats. Similarly, our shared borders with 6 Southern African neighbors present both natural and human-induced cross-border risk, as well as humanitarian assistance obligation in times of emergency. Severe floods in Cape Town's historical disadvantaged Cape Flats in June 1994 profiled the Agency for Legislative Reforms in the field of disaster risk management, stimulating a consultative process which resulted in green and white papers on disaster management. These important discussions and policy documents afforded opportunity for consultation with multiple stakeholder groups and provided the platform for development of draft legislation in 2000 that was consistent with the emerging international trends in disaster risk reduction. The Act provides, Chair, an integrated and coordinated disaster risk management policy that focuses on preventing or reducing the risk of disasters, mitigating the severity of disasters, preparedness, rapid and effective response to disasters, and post-disaster recovery, the establishment of national, provincial, and municipal disaster management centers, disaster risk management volunteers, matters relating to these issues. The Act further recognizes the wide-ranging opportunities in South Africa to avoid and reduce disaster losses through the concerted energies and efforts of all spheres of government, civil society, and the private sector. However, it also acknowledges the crucial need for uniformity in the approach taken by such a diversity of role players. Some challenges were experienced in implementing all aspects of the legislation effectively, which necessitated the Act be amended to make it simpler to implement, strengthen certain regulatory provisions, avoid ambiguity, and provide greater legal certainty. Chairperson, the Select Committee was briefed on 2 occasions on the amendment bill. Following briefing to the respective provincial legislatures, a series of public hearings were held across provinces. The provincial legislatures subsequently formulated their respective negotiating mandates, which was tabled for consideration by the Select Committee on the 1st of September 2015, with the final mandates being tabled on the 27th of October 2015. A number of negotiating mandates articulated views around funding, the funding model, and the funding sources to realize the objective of the amendment bill. The Department of COGTA highlighted and maintained that various funding sources exist for the different components of the disaster management. In an effort to address the funding challenges, it was agreed that a task team comprising of the National Disaster Management Center, National Treasury, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, and the SALGA be established to review the chapter on funding of the National Disaster Management Framework 2005 to optimize existing funding mechanism for disaster management and bring it in line with the contemporary fiscal arrangement within government. This process has already commenced with the task team considering all the complexities of the funding of disaster management. Action research will be conducted to inform a more effective fiscal framework. Chair, in terms of consultation on the amendment bill, the key issues that were raised during the consultation process and in the comments subsequent to the publication of the Disaster Management Amendment Bill were incorporated in the current bill and include the following: the use of terminology, strengthening of the reps of traditional leaders in disaster management structures. The bill subsequently provides for traditional leaders to serve in disaster management advisory forums across all spheres of government. The need to incorporate the obligations set out in the HUHO framework of action as adopted by the United Nations in 2005 requires the National Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction to be established. Clarity on the roles and responsibility of organs of state in terms of disaster management and emphasizing the need for organs of state to assist the disaster management structures in the event of disaster or potential disaster. Clarity on specific information and reporting requirements to municipal and provincial intergovernmental forums, the National Disaster Management Center, and the National Treasury. The contents of disaster management plans by organs of state and making applicable information available to relevant disaster management centers. The bill was subsequently enhanced to provide for the logical sequence of events, that is, conducting a risk assessment prior to planning, and to ensure that disaster management plans of organs of state indicate the way in which the concept and principles of disaster management are to be applied in its functional area, including expected climate change impacts and risk of the organs of state. Chair, in conclusion, the community is at the coalface of disaster risk management. It is from the conditions of risk that exist in our communities that all other disaster risk management activities evolve. It is in the community where all the operational activities related to disaster risk management take place. All disaster risk reduction planning, the development of projects and programs, and the allocation of responsibilities must be founded on the needs and priorities of communities. Disaster risk reduction is a community-driven process. Municipalities must involve local communities in the development of the disaster risk profile, facilitate understanding of concepts and values of disaster risk reduction in communities, prioritize projects aimed at risk reduction in their IDPs, and facilitate community participation in training, preparedness planning, and awareness program. Equally, the disaster risk management is an intergovernmental process with each sphere of government playing a unique role and performing a specific set of responsibilities in the process. However, the process requires collateral support to enable the sharing of resources fundamental to disaster risk reduction and all facets of response and risk recovery. In turn, this interdependence also implies that weakness or ineffectiveness in one sphere will result in the failure of the entire system. Chair, the Select Committee of COGTA, having deliberated on and considered all comments, inputs, and the subject of the Disaster Management Amendment Bill, recommend for approval to the House that the bill be amended as proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question. The question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 7.1, I shall first allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations if they so wish. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. Heads of delegation will vote by pressing in favor. Or the left. Sorry, Western Cape. I'm sorry, Western Cape.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. We, as the Western Cape, hereby object to the Disaster Management Amendment Bill and want to record the following declaration. Initially, all 9 provinces in the negotiating mandates and SOLGA had raised serious concerns regarding the unfunded mandate component of the Disaster Management Amendment Bill. The creation of unfunded mandates by introducing a new municipal function in terms of proposed Section 43.3 without any additional funding from either national or provincial authorities. We believe that the current funding from conditional grants, equitable share and own revenue of municipalities will in some instances be insufficient to deliver the function referred to in Section 43.3 of the bill. We are seriously concerned about those financially functional and struggling municipalities which do not have the necessary funds to deliver the function in Section 43.3. Initially, all 9 provinces in their negotiating mandates had raised serious concerns regarding the unfunded mandate component of the Disaster Management Amendment Bill efficiently. Also, the request from the Western Cape to the transfer of ring-fenced funding from national government to local government for the purpose of disaster risk reduction and mitigation and disaster management capacitation has not been addressed. The Western Cape, therefore, based on the above declaration, votes against the Disaster Management Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other province? Thank you. Free State?
Chairperson, thank you very much. One of the critical issues that has been raised is around the unfunded mandate. However, if you check how the Act or the bill has been addressing issues of the disaster, it has clearly spelled out one of the responsibility of us as the municipalities is to ensure that they become more proactive in terms of allocations of funds that are being sent to them. Outside an example, for infrastructure, in most instances, the stormwater can always be a contributory factor towards disaster. If the municipality can plan accordingly, they will be in a position to address that particular matter. Specifically, Chair, on the issue of the funding itself, I've indicated in the presentation that the committee has noted and welcomed during its deliberation the executive undertaking to establish a special task team comprising representatives from the National Disaster Management Center, the National Treasury, the Finance and Fiscal Commission, and the South African Local Government Association to conduct a feasibility study on appropriate funding model. It is expected that the actual research is identified municipalities will be undertaken during the first quarter of 2016, of which the intended outcome of this process is the optimization of funding mechanism for disaster management within the physical framework of government and effectively reducing the risk of disaster affecting our communities. A disaster is not something that we can plan tomorrow. It needs to be planned as early as yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We shall now proceed to the voting on the question. I'll now call upon the provinces, Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape iyayixhasa le ngxelo.
Free State,
Free State accepts.
Gauteng,
In support.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal support the bill.
Limpopo,
Limpopo agrees.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga agrees, Chair.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest,
Support, Chair.
Western Cape.
We oppose.
8 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the bill agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, we now come to the subject for discussion as printed in the order paper. I now call upon the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to deliberate on this very important institutional debate, which offers us an opportunity to reflect on our collective performance as the National Council of Provinces. I hope all of us will be participating in this debate, or who will be participating will be in this debate, will hide nothing from the masses of our people. We will tell no lies, and we will expose lies whenever they are told, and equally so, we will also not mask any difficulties, mistakes, failures, and claim no easy victories. This debate is well-timed because it submits a clarion call to a very important question that then speaks to our commitment and allegiance to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. A constitution which has made it possible for the NCOP to become a fully functional and democratic in terms of its construct, which was to create a platform in which our provinces will be able to profile their interests and, of course, bring the interest of local government or as a sphere to a national level and participate in the formulation of policy and legislation. As conferred, of course, by the Constitution, the NCOP represents the interests of provinces so as to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. This is mainly achieved by sanctioning participation in the national legislative process and by providing a forum for the public consideration of issues affecting provinces and the local sphere. In addition, this House also provides for the representation of the different categories of municipalities. Hence, we do have an ex-dedicated number of seats for Salga. So primarily, the principal task of the NCOP is to identify key issues and challenges facing communities at local level and to give expression to those issues at the national legislative platform. We would remember, as we pause and reflect, that the first 5 years of the NCOP or the existence of the NCOP the first 5 years were fairly of a developmental nature, particularly due to the fact that the character and nature of this institution was new to many. This was a phase for deepening and understanding of the constitutional mandate of this House and finding the appropriate mechanisms to give expression to this mandate. This process of defining the distinct difference of this House was also critical because the Senate at the time often was criticized as a duplicate of the National Assembly. Crystallizing our understanding was also very much important in order to allow for a shift away from party political inclinations and to give expression to provincial interests as mandated by the Constitution. We further agreed that the first two parliaments directed their efforts at repealing apartheid legislation and introducing transformational laws to create an environment conducive to the entrenchment of democracy and the continuing realization of national aspirations. Public participation in the process of parliament is a constitutional imperative and has therefore been a strategic priority since 1994. The first and second parliaments introduced an open parliament with open plenaries and committees, rolling programs of public education, and numerous initiatives aimed at improving public involvement and participation. And this was informed primarily of a historical principle that has always guided the evolution and the fight against apartheid, insofar as what we called rudimentary organs of people's power, which were organs clearly aimed at ensuring that there's a greater participation of our people in owning up to the challenges that they are faced with, and how then they define and place themselves in such organs to drive the revolution to a point where in which they then claim ownership and take leadership of the outcomes of such processes. An important feature, of course, that we cannot forget is then how then do we stabilize and ensure that historical principle and historical tools and teachings and learnings that we had acquired, how then do we give expression of that in a democratic society? And therefore, the existence of the National Council of Provinces becomes quite critical. And by so doing, ensuring that we don't lose track of that experience and historical teachings that we had gone through, we then said one of the things that we are going to do as the National Council of Provinces is to ensure that we have what we call a strategic platforms or outreach anchor programs that will consistently link us with our communities, and such where the People's Assembly, taking parliament to the people, Women's Parliament, Youth Parliament, Local Government Week, and now recently the Africa Day roundtable discussions, because this is what would then ensure that we get entrenched at the local level. Having laid the basis for transforming society, it became apparent that in order to build on the gains made since 1994, there was a need to ensure sound governance and effective service delivery by the executive. This task was to define the second decade of the democratic parliament. Practically, this meant that we had to aspire to create a developmental parliament, a parliament that will intervene and guide national economic development and mobilize all social partners towards sustainable development. A parliament that will emphasize the plight of the vulnerable groups and mobilize the people as a whole, especially the poor and the working class, to act as their own liberators through participatory and representative democracy. And strengthening its oversight and accountability role became the leading priority of the third parliament in 2004. This prioritization gave way to the implementation of the oversight and accountability model, which included the review of parliamentary rules, the adoption of the implementation of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, the establishment of the Parliamentary Budget Office, the establishment of a scrutiny mechanism to deal with the delegated legislation, and a significant increase in research and content capacity related oversight activities. We have seen in this fifth parliament that one of the key strategic priorities in order to advance what we had already laid as the basis for us to deepen our understanding and our resolve insofar as transformation of South Africa is concerned, that we have adopted key priority areas. That is one, the strengthening of oversight and accountability, enhancing public involvement and participation, deepening representation and participation in international fora, strengthening cooperative government and assessing the impact of legislation and strengthening our legislative capacity. These strategic priorities formulate the basis for the strategic direction that the institution is supposed to follow. These priorities are not merely administrative priorities that are devoid of a social political standing and context, but are dialectically linked in accelerating objectives, in the acceleration of the medium-term strategic framework and the call for radical economic transformation, which is a primary feature for the radical transformation as we move South Africa forward. Hence, therefore, strengthening our oversight capacity and our accountability model and enhancing public involvement and participation are crucial receipts if we are true in making this decade a decade of radical transformation. What we need to master as this leadership collective, is the ability to respect and deliberate on the merit and strengths of the views that are contrary to our own. Our ability to master that is quite important and critical. Our debate should go through the litmus test of robust, persuasive arguments. If we can persuade each other on the strength of arguments alone, then we would have managed to transcend the enigma of this current period of robust freedom of speech. I also believe that the plight of the most vulnerable will be better served if we can desist from entering the terrain that we are not of an understanding and we do not master that kind of a terrain, which is a terrain of antagonism and so forth. Therefore, by so doing, working together as a collective, we will then live up to the objective of saying that the NCOP is a vanguard. So beyond the explicit constitutional mandate of legislation and oversight that is vested in the NCOP, this institution is critically obliged to become an activist parliament that is responsive to community needs, taking cognizance of the relevance of the Freedom Charter today. National Parliament in particular, the NCOP must continue to play a decisive role through its oversight mechanism in order to make our developmental agenda implementable. This requires the acute sensitivity of an activist parliament that is fully conscious of the socio-political landscape that we are operating in. Such a parliament must challenge its public representatives to work faster, harder, and smarter in order to accomplish the demands and the expectations of the people it seeks to serve. Effective and constructive oversight is primarily concerned with ensuring that government fulfills its mandate to deliver quality services to the people. We must therefore strive to improve our intergovernmental relations mechanisms so as to improve cooperation between different spheres to achieve improved service delivery. To this end, ordinary oversight activities must be turned into tactical outcomes-based activities, which hinge on quantifiable and recognizable delivery outcomes. Oversight activities should therefore not be conducted for the sake of compliance. Instead, our recommendations and interventions must reflect the heart and needs of communities that we seek to serve. Hence, we should all rally and support the report back session, which will be embarked upon by the NCOP from the 17th to the 19th November 2015 in the Eden District, led by the chairperson of the council. Follow-up and report back visits create crucial points of contact with communities. which can become catalysts of deepening democracy and trust. These visits can also deepen South Africa's culture of a functional democracy, which is proven to be a value insofar as public participation is concerned. Such visits are crucial for sustaining dialogue and interaction with our communities beyond initial visits as we would have engaged in. Oversight activities must become a strategic conduit to attain the key priority areas that are stipulated in the National Development Plan, which is the blueprint of our developmental path till 2030. The NDP as the blueprint of our developmental path must become effectively anchored in the daily running of this institution. We can only accelerate implementation if we can crystallize our understanding of the NDP and what it stipulates. To begin with our political machinery, we must be bold enough to lead and provide the necessary political direction that the institution is supposed to follow. The political direction must be unambiguous, it must be clear, it must be well ordered and centered around advancing the common good of the communities we serve. Parliamentary activism at its core is about maintaining a dialectical link between the administrative processes of the NCOP and the daily challenges faced by ordinary South Africans. Parliamentary activism therefore requires an administration that is in tune with the principles and realities of parliamentary activism. As the implementation agent, the administration must develop a deeper understanding and appreciation for the fact that administrative processes are not implemented in a vacuum. These processes must be governed by a deeper understanding of the socio-political context which have given rise to the strategic priorities before us. Hence, we will monitor and track progress with regard to a protest by a group of about 150 former employees of the Ciskei Transport Corporation from the Eastern Cape who camped for 2 days outside Parliament, demanding that Parliament help them with their claim for wages, unemployment insurance fund cuts, and pensions. A task team, including Treasury, Department of Public Enterprises, Social Development, and Labor, has been established to undertake the inquiry. The parties agreed to a date in November as a deadline, most probably the 30th. We will, as an institution, continue to monitor this petition and others clearly adhering to the principle once uttered by Almika Cabral in 1965 when he said, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for the ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children." I thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Labuskachen.
Is this time right, Deputy Chair?
Don't worry, I'm in charge of the time.
I have to worry about time. Honorable House Chair, Deputy Chair, if the National Council of Provinces fails to function properly, then we fail to recognize and legitimize the establishment of provinces and the duty bestowed on us by South Africans and our provincial legislatures to represent them nationally. By no means is representing provinces in national parliament an easy undertaking. But at the helm, the ANC, who have chaired this House for 18 years, we are seeing the slow eroding of the NCOP through bad political decision-making, linked to factionalism and cadre deployment based on political expedience. With fragmented and indecisive leadership that directly impact on our function, the ANC is yet again working towards destroying another institution of our democracy. And a perfect example thereof was that at a multi-party whips meeting about 2 hours ago, the ANC, without fair consultation and consideration, attempted to steamroll a debate into this House to gain free airtime to damage control their legislative bungles. This was a typical attempt to once again undermine the NCOP. Our Constitution interprets our role as largely legislative by giving a voice to our 9 provinces on laws being made, implemented and monitored on the ground. The NCOP currently does not always fulfill the function to monitor the financial and socio-economic impact of these legislations on how they affect the lives of people in the provinces. Often, negotiating mandates of provinces are not supported across legislatures, but then come to the final mandate agreements we found without taking into consideration the proposed amendments due to the fact that the provinces needs to toe the party line that they all agree. This is obviously the case within ANC-run provinces. The NCOP program today reflects one where the NCOP strives to, or should at least try to, understand provincial legislative concerns through oversight programs coordinated by the NCOP in conjunction with the various provincial legislatures. Oversight is indeed one of the most important mechanisms to hold provincial and local legislatures accountable. The annual NCOP provincial program by Parliament that is implemented by our provincial governments based on national taxpayers' funding often fails at accessibility, transparency and ultimately accountability to our electorate. The affected programs, including Taking Parliament to the People, Provincial Week and Committee Oversight. This is latent in ANC-run provinces where oversight is often synonymous with wasteful programs, wasteful expenditure and talk shops that seek out to only showcase a few projects that work or projects that have been deliberately embellished or engineered a few days before the NCOP arrives. In President Zuma's 2014 debate speech in the NCOP did not hesitate to point out how opposition parties do not see positive change. It is unfortunate that we cannot address the President this week, considering the President's NCOP debate that has been postponed yet again. But what does one expect from the ANC, because they consistently show how badly they plan and how they lack any form of functionality both as a party and a government. This does not even speak into the ANC's lack of integrity and their lack of commitment to assist failing provincial governments, departments and municipalities. If we recognize that our role is to fix the dysfunctional or the broken, then perhaps we can start to fulfill our function or representing and guiding provinces. Of course, we can then also address the ANC's institutional incompetency by replacing it with a DA government that understands freedom, fairness, and opportunity. Honourable Chair, if we are succeeding within our functions, if we are succeeding in our functions of oversight and influencing legislation to create a better life for all South Africans, as pointed out by my ANC colleagues, who, might I add, to love to use oversight as an ANC network opportunity, then why are we failing at the most important issue in South Africa, and that is around job creation? According to Stats SA's latest labour force survey, the Western Cape's unemployment rate through the DA's provincial legislative interventions is dropping, yet the national unemployment rate is increasing. This is nothing to celebrate. The key thing is that creating a particular legislative environment facilitated by oversight and monitoring, one can impact on job creation. And this is where the DA government continues to succeed. As our NCOP chairperson, Thandi Modise rightfully pointed out in a speech during the year's World Conference of Speakers in New York, and I quote, "Parliaments need to restructure themselves to better represent the needs of the vulnerable," unquote. I could not agree with her more, and I thank her in her absence for taking a DA message to the rest of the world. This, considering the DA in government during the first 5 years, put in systems, structures and budgets that had taken us closer to our goal of redressing the past and improving the lives of our citizens. Honourable Deputy Chair, it is only a matter of time that the DA will have the opportunity to do this within the NCOP, of which the functionality is in a deplorable state. Programs like Taking Parliament to the People will have to change its current model with an emphasis on greater facilitation, the inclusion of interest groups, and a focus on legislation that make an actual change in the livelihood of South Africans. Therefore, we welcome the formal feedback session that Taking Parliament to the People will undertake for the first time since the inception of this program in 2002. Provincial oversight will have to include extended programs with a more balanced approach to the areas and projects visited. Local oversight should give the NCOP the chance to interact with more people on the ground where discussions around interventions can be frank and robust. A burden on the NCOP function is cadre deployment on all spheres of government. Typically, on a local level, we see this led to infighting, financial mismanagement, and breakdown of services. This is the hallmark of the ANC's governance model. What this creates further is a veil of secrecy, delays in intervention, or municipal rehabilitation. The ANC deliberately does this to hide their governance failures, to avoid losing at local government elections. The ANC is clearly on a mission to close our democratic space by not taking this House seriously and by not realizing its potential and how to reach a more efficient and focused state of functionality. With the support of the honourable members who recognise the DA's ability to do this where we govern, we will continue to uphold the Constitution and push for reforms that will allow this House to fulfil its intended role. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mpushe.
Honorable House
Order
Chair,
members.
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP in absentia, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Ministers and Honorable Premiers, Honorable members of this House, the NCOP, the leadership of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you in the glorious name of the African National Congress. Since 1994, in our constitutional democracy, NCOP has registered tremendous achievement to assist the National Parliament to arrive at a deep understanding on economic dynamics impacting on provinces. One of the achievements of the NCOP is the consistent monitoring oversight to municipalities, especially those under Section 139, as well as increasing levels and quality of public participation through taking Parliament to the people to different provinces and making follow-ups on challenges regarding service delivery. Through these gains, NCOP was able to assist with budgeting processes of different provinces to address the challenges of migration, movement of people from province to another. Lastly, it was to ensure that there is fair representation of provinces to national government to dynamic views of different provinces. Honorable Chairperson, it is such an honor for me to be debating to this House in the year we are celebrating the Freedom Charter. Honorable Chairperson, we wish to remind the House that 2015 marks 60 years of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. A document which declares the desires and interests of the people of South Africa. It was in 1955 when the people gathered in Kliptown and declared that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land.
Honorable Member, sorry, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just want to check if it is parliamentary to say Freedom Charter is an old story by Honorable Pambos Bokwan.
No. It's a subject for a debate. Continue, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, let us not drown the speaker. Continue, Honorable Member.
We must not let them defocus us. We are clear in terms of our mandate and our plight for our people. That our people have been robbed of their birthright to land, liberty, and peace by a form of government founded on injustice and inequality. That our country will never be prosperous or free until all our people live in brotherhood, enjoying equal rights and opportunities. That only a democratic state based on the will of all people can secure to all their birthright without distinction of color, race, sex, or belief. This important document came into existence because the people of South Africa continuously fought the inhumane oppression by the apartheid government. They unceasingly fought and managed to put an end to the system of white minority supremacy. Verwoedse mense. The efforts of the people eventually paid off, in that we not only managed to put an end to the apartheid government, but the Freedom Charter became the basis of our constitution. Honorable House Chair, though we are far from unraveling the damage, the harm and humiliation caused by the white minority government over a period of more than 300 years, we pride ourselves that the ANC has managed to bring back the dignity of our people, to ensure that everyone is treated equally, and most importantly, that the people choose their government and that they have a say in how government is operating. The ANC has done a lot to improve the lives of the people. We have delivered houses, free education, and healthcare, social security, and above all, an accountable and transparent government. As the Eastern Cape, we reaffirm that together we will move the NCOP forward as a vanguard of the interest of the people. In fact, Honorable House Chair, the NCOP has moved since it was established within the principle of cooperative governance, and it affords the people through provinces an opportunity to ensure that their interests are represented, that they participate in shaping legislation, and the national agenda will culminate into programs that are aimed at improving the lives of the people. Through the mandate vested in it by the Constitution, the NCOP, which is multi-party in nature, has the powers to initiate, consider, pass, amend, propose amendments, or reject any legislation before the Council. Honorable House Chair, in line with that mandate, the NCOP also has conducted oversight over the national provincial spheres as well as municipalities. As a consequence of that oversight, have managed to identify service delivery gaps and inefficiencies which ultimately inform that the program of our government. Today, our democratic government has a program to address infrastructure challenges across And this is but one of the recommendations of the NCOP. The historical reality is that some of us who believe in minority rule and separate development might take that the NCOP work is a mere platform to oppose the ruling party. But the ANC knows that this is a platform to engage with government on issues affecting our communities. This is a platform
Honorable,
as has been used
Honorable
by the
Mpushe,
progressive.
Sorry, Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chair. I would really like to know if the honourable member would take a question.
No, honorable members. Honorable Mpushe, are you ready to take a question? No, it's not ready. You can take your seat, Honorable Faber. Continue, Honorable Mpushe.
Talking about the
No,
white
Honorable
minority
Faber.
part.
Honorable Faber, you can't do that. Order, members. Can you continue, Honorable Mpushe? We are protected.
This is a platform as has been used by the progressive forces to influence and improve policy directive towards betterment of our lives, of the lives of our people. Critically, as the Freedom Charter states, the people shall govern me. The ANC vouched to involve the communities in governance. We have seen the NCOP visiting our municipalities, holding public hearings and engaging the communities on the number of bills. This is still the efforts of the ANC government to fulfill the desire of the people. Remember, they said, nothing about us without us. That's the people. Accordingly, in 2002, the NCOP launched a program of taking parliament to the people. This is a public participation program which is aimed at allowing the communities to share their experiences and raise concerns to the public representative. And at that same time, allow public representative the chance to obtain first-hand feedback from the people and to be able to plan accordingly. This year's taking parliament to the people was in Western Cape, Tshwane, Eden District Municipality, where the NCOP was well received. Allow me, Honorable House Chair. The following quotes bear reference. Mayor of the Eden District Municipality, Mr. Wesley van der Westhuizen, welcomed the NCOP in Eden. I open quote. This is indeed a historic week for us in the Eden District. The importance of this week cannot be underestimated, as it will afford our people the opportunity to voice their concern. He further said, we confess we desperately need NCOP as a partner, more so as we need you as a mentor. We promise we will not stand aside and wait for handouts. We want to work together with you to better the lives of our people. It's surprisingly when the DA honorable member will come here and debate otherwise. The South African Local Government Association, SALGA, Western Cape Chairperson, Mr. Dimitri Kwali said, while local government has seen progress in terms of improved access to services, the NCOP, in cooperation with SALGA, can play a significant... Yes.
I'm afraid your time has expired.
In conclusion, Chairperson, let me quote the former President, Thabo Mbeki. Those who are so bold as to make suggestions that the lives of our people are worse than during the apartheid period should tell our people that shack is more habitable than a house, that a bucket system is preferable than a flush toilet.
Your time
River water is healthier than tap
Honorable
water.
Mokoena.
Candles burn brighter than electricity.
Chair, I just wanted to check, you said to the honorable member there that her time was up. But you allowed her an extra 15, 20 seconds to speak. I just wanted to check if that is going to apply to everybody in the House.
Especially us,
We all need that extra 20 seconds. Thanks.
Honorable Mokoena, just watch the space. Honorable Vida. Honorable Vida. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say the honorable member didn't close the quote. She opened it, she never closed the quote, and then she went to...
Can you take your seat, Honorable Julius? Order members, Honorable Fowler. Honorable members, let's allow Honorable Fowler. Honorable Fowler.
Allow me first and foremost to acknowledge the presence of our supreme forces, irrespective of whatever our perceptions might be. Visitors in the gallery, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable members, I greet you all in the glorious name of the God, of the Almighty Creator. I greet you with Assalamu Alaikum. The NCOP is constitutionally mandated to ensure that provincial interests are taken into account. One of the two houses of Parliament, the National Council of Provinces, has an important role to play in the governance of this country. A national forum is provided for participation in the national legislative processes and in the national sphere of government. In the promotion of the principles of cooperative governance and also in intergovernmental relations, the NCOP also plays a unique role to ensure that all three spheres of government work together in cohesion and in synergy in performing their unique functions in terms of the Constitution. These duties then, honorable members, these duties then place a burden of responsibility on the NCOP. The necessary care to ensure that this responsibility is carried out with due diligence is an obligation of all members of this platform of government.
Honorable Fowler, sorry, Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I greet you, Honorable Member. I just want to know if you'd like to take a question, please.
Honorable Fowler,
we can discuss it in the
Honorable
corridor.
Fowler.
No, sir.
Are you ready to take a question?
No, sir.
He's not ready to take a question. Take a seat, Honorable Faber. Continue, Honorable Faber. Honorable Fowler, continue.
These duties then place a burden of responsibility on the NCOP. The necessary care to ensure that this responsibility is carried out with due diligence is an obligation of all members of this platform of government. This august House then needs to examine whether these responsibilities are being fulfilled appropriately. And we need to be objective in our analysis in doing so, as much as we may find this unpalatable. The NCOP is largely a rubber stamp of the National Assembly. A gross example of this is when the National Assembly approved the use of bouncers to mete out violence against members of Parliament. The NCOP merely followed without any reasonable procedures in place to govern such procedures. The NCOP does not at times follow its own procedures. The Free State province was recently found wanting in their own province on a procedural issue on passing a bill. They had not consulted with communities when it was necessary to do so. Other provinces, on the passing of many other bills, have also applied this flouting of rules. This does not help the situation and is undemocratic. The role of the NCOP of taking Parliament to the
Honorable
people...
Vauda.
Chief.
Honorable Isaac.
Chairperson, through you, I'd just like to inquire if the Honorable Speaker will take a question.
No, honorable members. It's entirely up to Honorable Vauda. Honorable Vauda, are you ready to take a question?
I'm not prepared to take questions.
He's not prepared to take a question.
So he's running like Honorable Mohai.
Honorable Vauda, continue.
The role of the NCOP of taking Parliament to the people would be commendable if it was not made into a petty political farce to achieve unscrupulous gains for the governing party. Community meetings are held at which people are paid to stand in the queue and say nice things. Honorable members.
Honorable Vauda. Honorable Ntebe.
Chair, I just want to check if it's parliamentary to question the proceedings which you were not part of.
It's a point for debate. Can you continue, Honorable Vauda?
Thank you, Chief.
Sorry, Honorable Vauda. Honorable Mokoena.
Sorry, Chair. Can I ask the Chair to please protect the member there? And please, you know, members could learn a lot from this man here. There are very valid points that this member is making there. So please, can we listen? Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Members, order. Wait. Honorable members, not only Honorable Vauda, any other speaker that is on the floor, let's make sure that we don't drown any speaker. And let's make sure that we don't compromise the decorum of the House. Let's allow Honorable Vauda to continue. Continue, Honorable Vauda.
When the EFF arrives, then the NCOP is satellite. The very voting system in this House is open and subject to criticism. Voting as provinces goes by the assumption that all members in that province support the motion.
Honorable Vauda, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We were just saying, is it fair to call the honorable member, big as he is, as a Teletubbies by the DA? That's what we're only asking.
Call what?
Teletubbies. That's what they said in the NA, that EFF members are Teletubbies.
No, it's not a point of order. Honorable Mokoena.
Hey, you see the point I'm making. Now we are quoting issues that happened in the NA here. This is irrelevant. Can we continue with this debate, please?
I have made my ruling. That is not a point of order. Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac. No, honorable members, you can't. No, Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Isaac, you are recognized.
Honorable Chair, to bring some sanity to the House, with due respect through you, I just wanted to check, when did Kathy Dlamini become a Teletubby?
Continue, Honorable Vauda.
The very voting system in this House is open and subject to criticism. Voting as provinces goes by the assumption that all members in that province support the motion. This legislated rule, which allows for debate but not for individual and party vote, is undemocratic and by default promotes the system of voting cattles. One of the fundamental roles of the Select Committee of the NCOP is to afford the public the opportunity ability to participate and facilitate public involvement in the lawmaking processes. This is far from being achieved and generally underrepresented. A more vigorous and systematic approach, better
Honorable
formalized,
Vauda,
will help
Honorable
to
Vauda,
improve this
Honorable
area
Vauda.
of the duties of the NCOP.
Honorable Wana.
Thank you, Chairperson. I humbly request that Honorable Vauda, can he take a question?
Not prepared to take a question, Honorable
No,
Chair.
he's not prepared to take a question.
Okay.
Take your seat. Please, continue, Honorable Vauda.
At present, the NCOP is appointed by proportional representation by the various provinces. 90 provincial delegates, that is 10 delegates for each province, for the 9 provinces. This is debatably fair, but also understandable. While the NCOP functions at less than what is acceptable, this happens at a huge cost to the taxpayer. Add to this the S&T allowances made available to members of the governing party on your overseas holidays. Make that overseas trips. This then multiplies the expenses by untold amounts. And this is paid in foreign currency.
Honorable Vauda, your time has expired.
Yeah, but you must give me the extra 20 seconds here.
Conclude.
Very often the great concern is that as an appointed group, the NCOP is restricted and limited in the effect it has, not only on the legislative process, but also to what extent a meaningful role is being played. The Parliament of South Africa is very much elected by a proportional representation system. I'm finished, Chief.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Honorable Kutse, MEC of Public Works from Free State.
Acting House Chair, National and Provincial Whips, Chairperson and members of SALGA, ladies and gentlemen, all members present, I greet you. The Constitution of our democratic country affirms the participation of all members of society in government decisions through public participation conducted by various structures of government. Governance structures such as the National Council of Province are at the forefront for transforming our society in order to meet the objectives of improving service delivery. Understanding that public participation is enshrined to democracy, the NCOP takes its program across the breadth and length of this country, bringing together even the previously disadvantaged people to take part in dialogues on service delivery, thus deepening democracy. Through programs such as Provincial Week and Taking Parliament to the People, this institution ensures that members spend time interacting with the locals and giving them the platform to raise their concerns and propose ways of addressing service delivery challenges. The feedback from these sessions form an integral part of government's planning, which comprises accountability. These programs are often attended by large numbers of ordinary people who display the willingness to take part in building this nation and have confidence in government to change their lives. Today,
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, could the Honorable MEC perhaps tell us where she was when the NCOP visited her province on oversight?
Is that a question or concern?
No. Honorable Mikalakis, you can't be doing that. Refrain from doing anything that you know that is not in line with the rules. Continue, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mokwele, sorry, MEC. Honorable Mokwele.
Is it parliamentary for the MEC to call member an empty tin?
No. Honorable Mokwele, I will have to go through Hansard and see the context in the manner in which the whole thing was raised.
Who's the empty tin then? No, but Chair.
No. Sorry, yeah, thanks. Let me do it this way.
Manopola go didimala.
Honorable Mokwele,
Didimala.
let me do it this way. Honorable MEC, did you refer to any member as an empty tin?
Can I just read my last sentence? And after the last sentence, I put this word in Afrikaans. I just want her to listen. These programs are often attended by large numbers of ordinary people who display the willingness to take part in the building of this nation and have confidence in the government.
Honorable MEC, sorry.
I don't have to listen to her. Whilst you were addressing Honorable Mateis, this woman was busy saying those words.
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Order, members. Honorable Tshwane. No. Members. Honorable Mukwele, can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Honorable members. Honorable members, you are not assisting the situation. Honorable Mukwele.
I'm listening.
You can't be referring to another member as this woman. It's Honorable MEC Kutse.
I withdraw, Chair. Honorable MEC Kotsi.
Thank you. Continue, Honorable Kutse.
Today, we have informed citizens who understand how Parliament works.
Sorry, Honorable Kutse. Honorable Julius.
You ruled on the second one. You never ruled on the Leerblik comment. And the honorable member said it twice. Leerblik. And even pointing fingers at us. I don't know. The one with the long nails, I don't know.
Honorable MEC, did you refer to a member as an empty tin?
I did not speak to any member. I was addressing my issue on the paper.
Honorable Mokwele, why are you standing?
Chairperson. Chairperson. Chairperson.
Honorable MEC, have you used the terminology that has been referred by Honorable Julius?
Which terminology?
Leerblik, whatever.
Acting House Chairperson. Acting House Chairperson.
Have you used that word, Leerblik?
It's my language. Therefore, I understand.
Yeah.
It is my language, that's why I understand.
Okay.
Therefore, I understand. I don't know what is the argument about.
Let me make a ruling. Take a seat.
Before you make a ruling, can I say something?
I want to make a ruling about this
Before
issue.
you make a ruling,
Okay.
can I say something?
Honorable Mokwele.
Chairperson, mongwe le mongwe a ka nna a dirisa leleme la gage la puo fa. And o mongwe le o mongwe o itse gore sa se buang ka leleme la gagwe la selegae o kaya eng. Honorable member, ne? Le bo honorable member se ba ba fa ba. Ba o reng re ba bitse di honorable ba sa worth to be honorables. Are continuously saying gore we are empty tins. And ke nagana gore they are more than empty than ourselves. Because they are just here to vote.
Honorable Mokwele, honorable member, if you can assist and withdraw that part and continue with your speech. I'm not referring to you. I'm talking to MEC Kutse.
Acting Chairperson, I withdraw the word.
Continue with your speech. Honorable Member.
Today, we have informed citizens who understand how Parliament works.
Honorable Mokwele, honorable member, honorable MEC, before you can continue, honorable Mokwele, can you also withdraw, because you have referred to the honorable members as West empty tins. So withdraw that part.
They must withdraw first. Before I withdraw, they must withdraw first, then I will withdraw. I don't have any problem in withdrawing because they literally referred to us as empty tins. Both of them, Monopoly and...
I'll deal with them. We are on record.
Deal with them first, not me.
No, you can't.
No,
you
no,
can't
Chair,
prescribe
I
how I
won't
must
withdraw.
decide.
Deal with them first and then I will withdraw. Because I was responding to their statement.
Honorable Mokwele.
Please, Chair.
Honorable Mokwele.
With due respect,
Yeah.
deal with them first and then I will deal with that.
No, you are not going to prescribe how I must preside. You are on record as saying they are West empty tins. So I kindly request you to withdraw that part.
Chair.
I'll come to them. I'm dealing with you now.
No, Chair, I'm saying I don't have any problem in withdrawing that. I'm saying call them to order first and then I will come because I was responding to their
Who's
call.
them? Who's them?
These two honorables. These ones, these two. These ones.
Can you take your seat?
Okay.
Honorable Mokwele.
Chair, on the probability of cause and effect here, what you are hearing is a member who's saying that she was reacting to a cause. And I think it would be fair for you to investigate the cause first and then deal with the effect. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Honorable Mokwena. We are trying to assist, but I'll come to them after dealing with Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele is on record saying there were empty tins. Yeah, no, I'll come to them. After dealing with her, I'll come to them. Honorable Mokwele, can you please kindly withdraw that? I'll come to them.
You know, Chair, ne?
No, can you withdraw that? I'll come to
Chair,
them.
listen, I'm saying again to you, with due respect, I don't have any problem in withdrawing those words. But now, just now, ofetsa go ntharam an empty drum. Just now. So it's like we are playing and I'm not here to play. I will never withdraw up until they themselves withdraw. Because I'm not an empty drum. I'm not here to vote or to pass the mandate of someone here. I'm sent by people of South Africa.
Honorable Kwele, I want to get to them.
With due respect.
Yeah, I want to
deal
get
with
to
them first, then you will deal with me. I don't have any problem.
The wrong
Thank you.
part is when you are prescribing to me how I must preside. That is wrong. Honorable Kwele, I'm dealing with you on record saying they are empty tins, then I'll come to them.
Chair, they did it deliberately.
I'll sort
on
them,
record.
don't worry.
No,
I'll sort them.
they did it deliberately on record so
No,
that
I'll
you
go to
can't deal
them.
with them first. That's what I'm requesting from you. Deal with them first, then you'll come to me. I don't have any problem. Because now what I said, I was responding to them. So deal with them, then I will come. I don't have any problem in withdrawing whatever I've said. Please.
Chief Whip.
As is practice in the August House, Chair,
May we afford the honorable member at the podium? I suppose there is a chair that side, so that we get in order properly. I think that is how we do it around here. Now it looks like it's, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Mukwele, we are not going to be correcting a wrong by another wrong, and we are not going to be justifying. We'll deal with them.
Know what I'm about
No,
to
I'm
say.
requesting you to withdraw what you have said on record.
No, Chair. Honorable Chief Whip, we let's know, or we must forget about what happened. We must allow the Honorable MEC to speak. Now I'm saying you have a matter on your table whereby we were called as EFF members empty drums. She's still repeating it. She's not on record, but I can hear her. And other members around her can hear what she's saying. And you want me to withdraw. We cannot just leave this thing as it is. She must stand up, you must call her to order, and then we must continue with our work. I request you, Chair, please.
I'll do that, but I'm starting with you.
Not now. No, you can't start with me.
I
Start
heard
with
you.
her. Start with her. She's the one who started this thing. Start with her. Please, Chair.
Honorable members, I don't want to be Honorable Jamin. Honorable Jamin.
So if she says I must go outside, I don't know what is going to happen outside. It's true. On record.
Honorable members, I can't be presiding and getting to your conversation and what you said and what you did not say. But I request all of you to refrain from anything that is compromising the decorum of the House, especially that part. The issue of all of you will have a special way of dealing with it. It's Honorable Manopule, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Mukwele, because you are the people who are causing us this situation. Can you continue, Honorable MEC? Sorry for that.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Vought.
Today, we have informed citizens who understand how Parliament works.
Honorable Kutse, Honorable Vouda.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I trust that the Honorable MEC will have learned a lesson from what has happened now. It was her unsavory comments that began this whole saga that we've seen in the
No,
last
Honorable
10 minutes.
Vouda, we are out of order. She has withdrawn that. We are out of order. Continue, Honorable MEC. Honorable Simka.
Enkosi sihlalo wendlu. Ndicela ukwenza iorder ingaba lulwimi oluvumelekileyo na kule parliament kuba elinye ilungu lisebenzise igama urubbish kule house. Umzekelo ohloniphekileyo umama uhonorable Van Lingen usebenzise elo gama apha house.
Let me quickly assist. Thanks, ma'am. Rule 46. No member may use offensive and unbecoming language in the council. Honorable Van Lingen, did you say that?
Chair, I don't understand what you're talking about. I think you must go back to Hansard, please.
No. No, Honorable Van Lingen. Honorable members, order. Honorable MEC.
The role of the NCOP to bring together all spheres of government, as mandated by the Constitution, has shown significant progress in the past years, as shown by the implementation of its recommendations and interventions by provinces and municipalities, and the value it added in legislative processes. Working with the province, the NCOP continued to raise issues of provincial interest by considering, passing, amending, and even rejecting legislation brought before it. The NCOP has put mechanisms in place to strengthen its capacity and to scrutinize the legislation and ensure sound quality. In the 18 years of existence, this institution has strived to ingrain cooperative governance across all the spheres of government, hereby contributing immensely towards the transformation agenda. The oversight role carried out by the visiting various municipalities across the country enables NCOP to directly monitor service delivery and engage municipalities on matters that need intervention from the national government. The work of the NCOP in nurturing our democratic institutions, built to the foundation laid down in 1955 when the Freedom Charter was adopted, in the same manner that people gathered to express their aspirations. The NCOP still provides the South African populace of a platform to raise their needs and wishes. As the overseer of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance, NCOP still fulfills its constitutional mandate of ensuring that the public representatives deliver on the mandate of serving the people of this country, and that the allocation of resources to provinces does exaggerate inequality. We will continue to support the work of this institution as it promotes openness, transparency, accountability, and accessibility. I think.
Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa mandates the NCOP to represent the interests of the provinces in the national sphere of government, to participate in the national legislative process, and to provide the national forum for consideration of issues affecting provinces. On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, let me start by recalling that provinces of South Africa as a sphere of government are not a mistake. They are a sphere that was fought for, lobbied for, and galvanized by those of us who believe in the power sharing as a form of government, the IFP. The IFP further believed that the power of the provinces must be strong enough for the provinces to be able to legislate and take decisions on fiscal matters, education, police, and health. Unfortunately, some of these objectives were not achieved. Hence, today we have to stand here and ask ourselves if the NCOP is doing a good job in that regard on behalf of provinces. Standing here today, I want to reiterate that the NCOP is a necessary structure in our democracy. Democracy is indeed made stronger by adequate checks and balances in the system. What is needed is for the NCOP to step up its efforts as a role player in the checks and balances of our democratic system. The NCOP cannot just behave like it is another National Assembly of this parliament. The NCOP must act and behave independently. The Constitution further states that our spheres of government are distinctive, interrelated, and interdependent. This says to honorable members of the NCOP, you do not simply have to vote nay or A just because your political party says so. The big question is, what is in the best interest of your province? You do not have to blindfoldedly negate or affirm just because your party in the NA said so. You are all above as NCOP and you look at the broader perspective of an issue at hand, especially as it relates to your province, there is no harm in your agreeing with the IFP view against your political party view if the IFP view is to the best interest of your province. I am here reminded of what the Honorable Minister of Health said at the Social Services Select Committee just last week about delegation. You can delegate power, but you do not delegate authority and accountability. The Honorable Minister was questioning the practice of the NCOP to summon MECs to select committees instead of premiers. MECs have delegated powers, but authority and accountability rest with the premiers. In exercising its oversight responsibility, the NCOP must shy away from confronting directly those upon whom authority and accountability is vested. Vigorous engagements and confrontations of issues does not entail enmity. I don't mean insults. Therefore, the office bearers of parliament in both the NA and the NCOP must not hide behind bullying tactics to stifle engagements. His Excellency, former President Motlanthe, was last week lamenting the death of internal democracy in his party through the bullying tactics of those in power. When the NA is experiencing their own problems, which lead to stifling of internal debates in parliament through bullying tactics, this must not resonate into the NCOP also adopting the very same strategies. We are not the same. We cannot be seen to be running into adopting every step that the NA is taking in front of us. In rechanneling the relevance of the NCOP to its effectiveness and representing the interests of the provinces, the IFP puts the following as important points of consideration. 1, consultation between permanent delegates and their home provinces need to be intensified through structured, specified programs and channels. 2, the programs and operations of the provincial weeks of the NCOP must be redefined to have more meaning. This also calls for a need for effective follow-up programs on previous engagements. 3, NCOP reports on oversight visits, provincial week programs, taking parliament to the people, and other tools of engagement must be made to have more meaning to government representatives. And lastly, engagement with the people through petitions has so far proven to be highly ineffective. The petition structure of the NCOP must be empowered and capacitated to deal with the plight of the people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip, Dr. Matime.
Chairperson of the Council, members of this august House, special delegates from our provinces, honorable members, I will speak in the language I got from my mom's breast. Jere di kwa go mo lekgono modula stulo di bolela taba ye la ba re go pudi ge ipalela go go tswala e re mokaka ko o monyane. Jwale badudi ba South Africa di province tše seswai ba rile go mokgatlo o bušago African National Congress rena re le 62% ya badudi ba naga ye re rata go etelelwa ke lena pele. Modula stulo ba bangwe ba makgotla a dutšego ka mo se ba se kgonago ke go ba dikekeišane copycats. Policy ya o dula tafoleng re a inyaka re a ihloka sa bona ba specialize ka gore ANC ga e ANC ga ke ANC doesn't do this, ANC doesn't do that. But the people of this country out there, they know who their true liberators are. They will never forget that. Chairperson, allow me to begin by acknowledging the chairperson of the NCOP, the Honorable Thandi Modise, under whose stewardship this august House continues the journey for delivering a better life to all the citizens of our country. By the way, she's a product of the African National Congress. What she was saying in New York can never, ever, ever be from the DA.
that is just a wish, that they could have a cadre of her caliber. Chairperson, Chairperson, as we traverse the route of building and strengthening this August House, we should do so cognizant of the fact that there is no model globally. There is no model globally that is equal to the National Council of the Provinces. Ours is a unique creation, but because as South Africa, we are born to lead, so the globe will continue to learn from us. Chairperson, the theme of this debate is effectiveness of the institution. The English dictionary says effectiveness means producing results. And according to the programs of this institution, we are producing results. Chairperson, we are producing results. We are moving South Africa forward. Those who are used, bapalela ke tša bona, Kharibiela ba re go ke ga Khola Barnard. Honorable Khola Barnard, o ntšhitše sephiri. Sephiri se utologile. Sephiri se utologile, bjanong ga ba tsebe gore ba tla dira jwang, tše be ba di hlologelela tša kwa morago tša apartheid, e le kgale ba di khutišitše. Honorable Khola Barnard o re boditše gore bona ba nyaka South Africa e jwang. Chairperson.
Order, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip, take your seat, ma. Honorable Member Julius, why are you on your feet?
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to know whether the Chief Whip will take a question quickly.
Order, honorable members, please, honorable members, let's have order in the House. Let me check with the Chief Whip first. Please take your seat. Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Julius want to ask you a question. Are you ready?
No.
She's not ready. Continue, Chief Whip.
Chairperson, this House, the bias of the NCOP public participation and outreach programs towards the rural areas and poorest of the poor sections of our communities is a concrete articulation of the Freedom Charter clause which says the people shall govern. Chairperson, ge batho ba sa tsebe gore mass consultation e diriwa jwang, they must not condemn it. If you don't understand a principle, your lack of understanding does not mean the principle is incorrect. That is why the people of this country have given the ruling party 62%. And I want to believe, Chairperson, that yet more surprises are still coming. Chairperson, Section 100, Section 139, Section 146, and 154 of the Constitution firmly locate the NCOP at the intersection of the three spheres of our system of democratic government. Chairperson, re tseba mo re yago, re tseba mo re jwang, re tseba where we are right now. Chairperson, the bitter reality for our detractors is that in the NCOP, we take decisions through consensus. But where consensus does not lead the direction which the NDR want to go, majority rules. Chairperson,
Coming to the role of the whippery. Coming to the role of the whippery chairperson, the Constitution as interpreted by our forebears indicates that the whippery facilitates coordination and scheduling of committee sittings, a point of interaction between presiding officers and chairpersons committee through monitoring and scheduling committee legislative work, ensures fair and equal airing of voices of provinces, political parties represented in the council consistent with democratic principles, ensures protection and decorum of the House through ensuring compliance with rules and norms of the institution, facilitate inter-party and inter-provincial dialogue on critical matters of common interest through multi-party whips forum, which some people don't understand very well. The whippery also coordinates and facilitates the agenda of the House through the order paper, which guides deliberations in the House. Further, whippery communicates directly with stakeholders, both inside and outside Parliament, on matters pertinent to the mandate of the whippery. Chairperson. On behalf of all those who are not prepared to listen, Chairperson, in conclusion,
You still have 6 minutes, Chief Whip.
allow me to express my gratitude to all provincial whips, whips from opposition parties for the constructive role and contribution made thus far in taking this August House forward. All constructive criticism, Chairperson, highlighted in this debate will be taken seriously by the Office of the Chief Whip and translated into a clear plan of action to address our weaknesses going forward. We do not claim perfection, Chairperson, because there's no perfection under the sun. Ba bangwe ba bushago mo Western Cape, re tšo bona tša bona kua Eden Maloba ga re ile. Bona ke bona tša bona di bipiwang ka mesela ba re tša bo bang di tshwana le tša bo pudi. Jwale ba tla tšwela pele ba fura ba ba sa tsebe go Chairperson ka kua Khayelitsha ka kua go dulang the previously disadvantaged gona mo provinceng ya Western Cape. Chairperson ke di pisha marefela ba tla kgolwa ke batho ba ba sa tsebeng gore mo DA e bušang gona mo go dutšeng ba la maloba ba beng ba sokola bophelo ke bo bo jwang. But our people will never forget who the true liberators are. Chairperson, I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chief Whip, thank you very much. I shall now call on the Honorable S.I. Malaza from Mpumalanga, the Chairperson of Public Accounts. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, today we have this debate on the eve of the local government elections in 2016. Just a few days ago, we're celebrating a birthday of one of the greatest leaders ever produced by the African National Congress, Comrade O.R. Tambo, a freedom fighter. Honorable Chairperson, it can never be so relevant to have this debate today so that we understand that the NCOP plays not only the role of second chamber of the National Assembly, but also represent the interests of all provinces at the national level, and further acts as a national forum for discussion of issues related to provinces. Through the NCOP, the Constitution links the different spheres of government. Over the years of the NCOP continues to be the strong ground for protection of provincial interests at national level. Honorable Chairperson, it continues to touch our electorate through its program, Taking NCOP to the People, also NCOP Week. For a person like me, Honorable Chairperson, who grew up in rural areas in Mpumalanga, experienced interaction with the NCOP members in 2013 for the first time as an ordinary citizen. A platform where ordinary citizens are invited to raise challenges related to service delivery, bringing all spheres of government at the doorsteps of citizens, interacting with MECs, ministers, councillors, including administration, HODs and DGs. With that experience, having seen all that, I can only arrive at one conclusion, and no one can contest us as an ANC when we say this ANC-led government, it is the government of the people. Honorable Chairperson, we do not forget that we are a constitutionally established organ of the state that monitors and evaluates performance. In fulfilling our mandate, we ensure that we interact with various affected stakeholders at the provincial level as we conduct site visits aimed at improving the lives of our people that we liberated as an African National Congress. Accordingly, it is our duty to report to this House that the ANC-led government, through the existence of the NCOP, continues to change and improve the lives of our people. Their voices continue to be heard day by day as we conduct our work. We continue to hear those voices and those who still cry about service delivery, those who need water, better school, roads, and electricity. As we hear these voices, we continue to reassure our people that whatever the difficulties and the setbacks, the ANC remains the only organization in government that can change the lives of our people. And we can only conclude, Honorable Chair, with the following words that asina mona, asina nzondo, siyayidumisa ANC. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga, Honorable Member. The Honorable Member S. Fernandez, Western Cape Speaker. Welcome, Speaker.
I shall call you to order in a minute. Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, it is indeed an honour for me to participate in this debate today, because as speakers, we don't often get to participate in debates. However, I must comment on the lack of dignity and decorum which prevails in this House today. It would be remiss of me as a presiding officer to stand here and not address this august House. I think the fact that it's across party lines, but the fact that we have presiding officers who are blatantly being disregarded is an indictment. And I'd like to say to everyone present, we are here by virtue of taxpayers who task us with getting on with the job of taking the country forward. We will not take the NCOP forward if we engage in petty party politics and flippant comments around leerblikke and Teletubbies. It is inappropriate, and we have many South Africans out there watching us. We have a duty to those citizens to deliver and get on with the business of the day, which is actually service delivery. I shall now get back to my debate, Chairperson, and I will address my members at the same time because it is across the board. Members, we have a duty to maintain the dignity and decorum of Parliament. If we don't, our citizens out there will not respect us, and then we become meaningless and we don't serve any purpose. So, unfortunately, I felt it incumbent on me to share those concerns, and I trust that members will go back. This is our Constitution. This must guide our behavior. And if we disregard this Constitution and we disregard the rules, we need to consider our purpose and our role in this House. I'd like to then talk to together making the NCOP forward as a vanguard of the interests of the provinces. Professor Christina Murray, in a book, Building Representative Democracy, South Africa's Legislatures and the Constitution, aptly describes the role of the NCOP as a concrete expression of the principles of cooperative government representing the provincial perspective within the national parliament. Therefore, one can say the NCOP is a bridge between the provincial and national governments. The Constitution sets out the main functions of the NCOP very clearly, especially its role in the legislative and budgetary processes, its role in providing a forum for engaging national government on matters concerning their provincial responsibilities, and finally in providing a forum for debating matters affecting the provinces in public. I would like to take the opportunity today to deal specifically with the oversight responsibility of the NCOP as it pertains to the provinces and specifically the provincial government. I do that specifically because the term oversight is used frequently, and I dare say rather loosely in this respect. Professor Murray suggests that accountability and oversight are two sides of the same coin. The accountability of the executive to the legislature is enforced when the legislature exercises oversight over it and scrutinizes executive action. This aspect is well illustrated by Section 43(2) of the Constitution of the Western Cape, echoing Section 133(2) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which provides that provincial ministers are accountable to the provincial parliament. In its turn, Section 23.2 of the Provincial Constitution, in line with Section 114(2) of the National Constitution, requires that provincial parliament provide for mechanisms to ensure that all provincial organs of state are accountable to it and to oversee any provincial organ of state. The National Constitution, Section 92, provides that members of the National Cabinet are accountable to Parliament, that is, including the NCOP. But there is no provision to the effect that provincial executives are also accountable to the National Parliament. From the perspective of the provincial parliament in the context of legislative oversight, the crucial point is that it, and not the NCOP or any other body, is in the first place responsible for overseeing provincial executive action. In this regard, the NCOP should exercise its oversight functions in line with the cooperative government principles of Chapter 3 of the Constitution, in particular by not encroaching on the geographical, functional, or institutional integrity as defined in Section 41(1)(f) of our provincial parliament. It follows that the NCOP should not...
Order, Honourable Speaker. Please take your seat. Are you rising on a point of order?
It's not a point of order, Honourable Chair. I was just asking if Honourable Member is prepared to take a question, because I'm a bit lost.
Honourable Speaker, are you ready?
I won't take a question, I'll continue.
She is not ready. Please take your seat. Take your seat, Honourable Member. Continue, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. It follows that the NCOP should not duplicate the oversight functions of provincial parliaments. A 1999 report on the oversight role of the NCOP, compiled by Professor Murray and others, titled Speeding Transformation, NCOP's role in the oversight process, puts the principle involved as follows. The NCOP's oversight role complements the role of the National Assembly because it is focused on the relationship between the spheres of government. In this sense, the oversight role of the NCOP is narrow. Accordingly, the oversight role of the NCOP should not duplicate that of the National Assembly or the provincial legislatures. And on page 19 of that particular report, the NCOP needs to respect the oversight roles of both the provincial legislatures and the National Assembly. A provincial legislature must conduct oversight of the provincial executive. This will include oversight of programs, contained in national legislation that the provincial executive must implement and for which the province receives national funding. Similar views are expressed in the report on parliamentary oversight and accountability by Professor Hugh Corder and others in the 2007 report of the Independent Panel Assessment of Parliament. The latter report explained the position as follows. While it is thus clear that the NCOP does have an oversight role, it is important to recognize that the NCOP does not mirror the National Assembly's oversight mandate by overseeing all of national government, but rather that it should exercise oversight over the national aspects of provincial and local government. Through its oversight role, the NCOP should be directed by the goal to contribute to effective government by ensuring that provincial and local concerns are recognized in national policy making and that provincial, local, and national governments work effectively together. In this way, the NCOP needs to respect the oversight roles of both provincial legislatures and the National Assembly. The report noted that it might not be necessary to reassess the relationship between the NCOP and provincial legislatures in order to ensure that the NCOP focuses on effectively fulfilling its constitutional mandate and does not appropriate unintended functions. Subject to what has been said above about the respective roles of the NCOP and provincial legislatures, it would seem that the NCOP could complement the efforts of provincial legislatures in respect of oversight of the provincial executive. In this regard, the province delegates to the NCOP have a special responsibility in that Section 8 of the Constitution, Provincial Constitution, requires them to take an active part in council in order to promote the interest of the Western Cape and of the country as a whole, in accordance with the principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relationships as set out in the National Constitution. I am of the view that the extent of the NCOP's oversight responsibility over provincial executives be settled as views may differ, and the oversight initiatives embarked upon may somehow be clouded as a result of this. In closing, allow me to raise an important concern from the perspective of my province. Apart from the constitutional question whether matters are best served by an institution such as this, one of the most critical problems at a practical level has been the lack of proper coordination and timeous consultation relating to so-called oversight visits in the province. It is vital that provinces have ample prior warning of intended visits. We all have full programs worked out long in advance, and oversight visits arranged in an ad hoc fashion at short notice are certainly not in the spirit of cooperative governance. The manner in which correspondence is faxed through late at night or after 5 a.m. in the morning is unacceptable, and it needs to cease forthwith. However, I am optimistic that with the necessary political will and commitment, legislatures and the NCOP will work together in the true spirit
Unfortunately, your time has
cooperation.
expired.
And ultimately, our people will benefit from the way we conduct our business. I thank you.
Thank you very much. May I now call on the Honorable Nyambi, House Chairperson Committees and Oversight. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Deputy Chairperson, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, MECs present here, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I must be upfront to indicate, Chairperson, that House Chairperson, that one day I'll sponsor a debate where we have to come here and deal with some few things. To mention some of them. The first one, it's constructive and destructive criticism. The second one, it's very important. The second one is legacy of apartheid, because it seems as if we are not on the same page. The most important one is the one of white supremacy. it's a very important aspect that we have to deal with. And once we are able to have those concepts unpacked here and we're on the same page, it will minimize some of the confusion we are experiencing here. The Constitution of South Africa requires Parliament to set up and provide mechanism to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are held accountable. Consequently, the majority of the work of Parliament is undertaken by and large in committees. This is why we often pronounce that committees of the House are a critical extension of the House and remain at the center of how Parliament conducts its business of oversight, lawmaking, facilitating public involvement, international participation, and cooperative governance in South Africa. At the core of this, we must center the involvement of the public, for which our existence and function is most paramount. House Chairperson, allow me to keep the focus of this speech on these key elements. The context within which our committee's work should unfold must be in line with parliamentary policy priorities, which in the main include strengthening oversight and accountability, enhancing public involvement, deepening engagement in international fora, strengthening cooperative government, and strengthening legislative capacity. Nasifuna ukuthola kahle ngemandla lokho, asithathe ukuthi kufanele ngalomunye umqondo ngendlela lebesisolo senda ngayo umsebenzi wethu. Sidinga indlela letawakha kakhulu ekusebenteni kwethu. Angeke kuchubeke ngaleyo ndlela. Ngalesinye isikhathi kufanele sithole ukahle ukuthi nasihleti.
Honorable Nyambi, Honorable Smith.
Apology, House Chairperson. It seems that translation is not up to date. We're not getting any translation.
Can we please ask the technical staff? Okay.
Ngalesinye isikhathi kufanele sithole kukahle ukuthi nasihleti kwaze kwenza isikhathi lesibekiwe. Sibite imihlangano nalawo makomiti ngesikhathi lesingaphandle kwalesibekiwe.
Honorable Nyambi, we have a problem of translation here. There's no translation for English. Okay, continue. Let's check. It's okay now. Continue, Honorable Member.
Okay. Kwaze kwenza isikhathi lesibekiwe sibite imihlangano nalawo makomiti emva kwesikhathi lesibekiwe nekuthi sihambele ngaphandle kweParliament kuyokhuluma nabo masipala lusha bosomapulazi labaswele kanye nalaba banzakanyako kulesikwendako. House Chairperson, committees are central in the manner in which Parliament facilitates oversight and contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of all South Africans. Committees must increase their effort of ensuring enhanced service delivery by increasing their oversight effort and focus. To this end, committees continue to interact with the executive on their plans for delivery of services to the people of South Africa. Select committees are better placed to work closely with executive to ensure that there is proper and efficient allocation of resources to government and subsequently adherence to such budgets. At our disposal, House Chairperson, we have management committees that were established to monitor and shape the work of committees. These committees comprise the whips and chairpersons whose role as chief whip alluded to is to safeguard the work and programs of all committees. The importance of this relationship cannot be overemphasized. Lendlela yekubuka nekuphendvula kweParliament, lendlela yekukhuluma nemimango, kubusa nekubambisana nebudlelwane babohulumende kanye nendlela yekushaya umthetho yeParliament iyafakaza ukuthi kunemizamo lomuhle lovuna kubaluleka kwenzima ledlala ngiwo emakomiti nekungenelela kwemango. Umsebenzi lonikwe emakomiti unike kwimithetho yendlu yemithetho lehlangene ngalokufana nako. Imihlangano yemakomiti indlela lapho kushaywa khona umthetho kufakelwa tibuko khona. Imibiko yemakomiti iyaxoxwa lapho ibuye ivunywe ngembi kokutiswa lapha kulendlu lesikuyo. Ngekubuka kwawo emakomiti athola lwati kucala kulaba labenda tinhlelo ngqo nalabo labaletha tinsita ngendlela letifuneka ngayo. Kungako ke sibona sigungu lesisetulu nalabatimele bavele embi kwemakomiti batawukhulumisana ngetindzaba letibalulekile letitsinza abantu ngqo. Ngiye ngimangale ukuthi labanye bethu bathi bamele bantfu babo kepha abeti kuleyo mihlangano yemakomiti. Nangabe singeti emakomitini lapho lwati soncandi litfolakala khona yini lesitayikhuluma uma sifika la kulendlu. Nabe sikhulumisana ngalelu phakelo timali lalomnyaka timali kulendlu lehloniphekile. Sitibophelele kuveta indlela lensha yekuhlanganisa tonke tinsita tekusekela kuletindlu letimbili temakomiti lebetitawuveta kucinisa kwekulawula onke emalunga eParlamente. Ngalokubalulekile umphumelo walendlela kutawuba kungenci kwemakomiti lapho tonke tinsita titawuhlanganiswa emgungwini lowodwa. Angivume ukuthi umsebenzi usaqhubeka kusele ekutinikeleni kulethemu kuthi nakutfolakala kutawuzuza labeta emuva kwethu. As a reflection, we have witnessed the role played by committees through oversight over government, and it is for this reason that we pride ourselves of successful history and involvement. This we have done through robust deliberation on key legislation, international agreements, as we have done today, and fundamental policies that have a huge upshot on the lives of our people. We further rejoice that our society in all its formations has had an opportunity to influence policy and its implementation through our committees. This is in the crux of the existence and the justification why we have capable and viable committees whose role I've already spelled out. In simple words, committees are able to increase the amount of work that can be done in Parliament at large. As we have recently witnessed, the amount of time spent in plenary session is not adequate, but through committees, further debates can transpire. Members ought to be able to participate more given the suppleness of committees' meetings. You can't come to NCOP plenary and not engaging in committee and think you'll understand what is happening here. As envisaged by the new public participation model that was seeking to bring to finality, the core values of public participation are based on the will of the people. Those affected by a decision have a right and responsibility to be involved in the decision-making process. It is therefore apt that members of the public may be allowed to engage any discussion of interest, unlike in plenary session. This should be arranged prior to a committee meeting. Also of note, committees represent proportional representation of the parties in the National Council of Provinces. Because of this setup, committees are able to engage politically, taking forward a diverse approach with varying views. This arrangement needs to be celebrated, considering that it is one of the fundamentals of democracy our forefathers and some of us canvassed for. In the same breath, I wish to note that more work still needs to be done, and we cannot at this juncture diminish this exertion. Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, House Chair, will you please take your seat? Honorable Mateus, why are you rising, ma'am?
I am rising because I was wondering if the honorable member will take a question about how often ministers...
You can't do that. You can't do that. Honorable... Oh, okay. He is ready. He is ready. Can take your question.
Honorable
Continue,
member,
Honorable.
how do we engage politically with ministers and deputy ministers when they hardly ever show up at committee meetings?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for the very good question. Last week we're dealing with economic cluster. We happen to have 19 ministers coming here. The unfortunate part, House Chairperson, is that the person who's asking the question, it's forever absent. I am.
Sorry, honorable member. I did not recognize you, and I cannot allow you. I cannot allow you to make a dialogue with the honorable member Nyambi. Okay, can I then recognize you? It must be on a point of order or a question.
Yes, I'm asking for...
you need to ask for
on a
permission
point
first.
of order, I'm asking for permission.
Okay,
because
wait, so that we check with
not
him.
to ask a question to him. I would like to address you, Chair.
You address me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've responded
Because
to your
it's
question.
very serious. No, it's not even about the question
You can't
anymore.
ask another
Is
question.
it
I'm ready to take
honourable-
another one.
House Chair, is it honourable for the member to be referring to who's in the House and who's not in the House when I'm asking a particular question? I just want to know if he has been a nominated House monitor, council monitor or something.
Thank
We
you,
asked
honourable member.
A question, is it honourable? Because he's making disparaging marks. Chairperson, we have an honourable member making disparaging marks about another member.
Honourable Mateus, now you are
Can you please
debating.
withdraw,
Now you are debating.
No, I'm asking you to please.
You did ask your question. Can I ask you to take your seat? I'm addressing you now. You cannot keep on repeating the question. You did ask the question and the honourable member did respond. Now I want him to continue with the debate. Continue, honourable member.
Thank you. I will be not doing justice if I don't thank the AG Makwetu and the Professor Chiad, the Budget Office, for assisting us to scrutinize departments. The need for effective planning and coordination can never be overstressed. We have taken it upon ourselves that as we plan for 2016, we make use of input that has transpired in the recent planning workshop where all key stakeholders were present. Maybe it's high time that I remind honorable members that always speak about this NDR, what it's all about, so that they can be able to understand.
Honorable Nyambi, yes, ma'am.
Chair, I just feel
Honorable
like
Nyambi, okay, wait. Honorable Nyambi, can you please respect the House and take a seat? The member is rising.
I appreciate you, House Chair, for taking my question. But when I stood up the second time, I was asking you to make a ruling on whether it's parliamentary for a member who's on the podium to make disparaging remarks, unfounded remarks, that cannot even be backed up about another member when he was responding to my question.
Okay.
That's what I was asking.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mateus. Actually, honorable members, order, honorable members. Honorable members, can I have your order, please? It is not parliamentary, Honorable Mateus. The honorable member Nyambi must just withdraw. Will you please withdraw that part?
Which part?
You were responding to the honorable member and you said she was not in the House. It is true.
Let me have it on record. On the first day, we had 9 ministers. Not even the honorable member. All members of that party were not in the House. The questions had to fall off because of Rule 246, because all of them were not in the House. That is a fact. I can't withdraw a fact.
Honorable, okay, yeah. Okay, honorable members, order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Okay, honorable member Mateus. Honorable Nyambi did not refer to any member. He did not refer to. He did. He said Honorable Mateus was not in the House. At first, did you mention Honorable Matei's name? Let me check with the Honorable Member.
Can I repeat what I said?
Yes, did you?
I said last week we had 19 ministers, economic cluster, coming to the NCOP to respond to
Sorry,
questions.
Honorable
On
Member,
the first
please
day,
take your seat.
the person who asked me a
Wait,
question.
Papa. Honorable Mukwele, please take your seat. Please take your seat. I will thereafter. Over to you, Honorable Nyambe. Please clear yourself. Can I please wait for the Honorable Nyambe? Because I really want him to clear the house. Then I will recognize you, but you will come after the Honorable Member Mukwele. Honorable Nyambe.
Then I went on to explain that on the first day when we had 9, the member who asked the question, not only herself, all the members of the parties belonging to were not in the house. That is why the question had to fall off. That's what I was explaining, and it's a fact. That's what happened on Tuesday.
Okay, honorable members, let me do this. For now, I will allow the Honorable Member Nyambe to continue. I'll go and consult, and then I'll come back with a ruling thereafter. Okay. The Honorable Member Julius, I don't know if ever the Honorable Mukwele is withdrawing what she wanted to say.
Chair.
Yes, I want to recognize you first before the Honorable Julius. Honorable Mukwele.
Ke a go leboga modulasetulo. Before we become members of parliament, we are members of political parties.
Let me check first, because you have to rise on a point of order.
Being members of political parties, I'm standing
Honorable Member.
of order,
Okay,
Chair.
ma. Okay,
Please.
continue.
I'm
Order,
not
honorable
addressing
members.
you. You want to go and drink
You see
whiskey.
now what you're doing.
We are deployed here by our respective political parties, and we are not lying to this parliament.
But that is not a point of order, honorable
Now,
member. It's a
you
point
must
of debate.
understand that.
Honorable
You
Mukwele.
must understand, a member must understand that.
Honorable
if
Mukwele.
we are not.
I'm not going to allow you to continue doing that. No, that is a point of debate, honorable member. You will have a chance to come to the podium. That is not a point of order. I can only allow you if ever it's a point of order. Please take your seat, honorable member. No, you're listening to me. You're talking to me. Honorable Mukwele, order, honorable Mtimye, honorable members, order. Honorable Mukwele, honorable Mukwele, please take your seat. I did take a ruling, and I said I'm going. I heard you. You said you are rising on a point of order. Now, you see now, this is a dialogue, and it's not. Because you were debating, and you cannot debate from the floor, honorable member. It's not a reaction. It's the truth. Honorable Mukwele. Honorable Mukwele, take your seat. Take your seat, honorable Mukwele. Take your seat. I heard you. I gave you a chance and you were debating. Please take your seat. Honorable Member Nyambe, continue. Okay, all right. Honorable Member, it's your chance, Honorable Julius. You're out of order, Honorable Member. You are out of order. Now you're speaking alone. I gave you a chance. And I'm not going to argue with you. I am not going to argue with you, honorable member. Take your seat. Okay, honorable Julius, over to you. You are out of order.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Continue.
I think sanity must prevail in the House, Chairperson. Honorable Mukwele, can I just
Honorable Mukwele, Honorable Mukwele, what you are doing is not in order. I'm going to ask you to either take your seat or go out of the house. Honorable member. Honorable members, allow me, honorable members, to ask the Honorable Mukwele to leave this house. Please go out, honorable member. I gave you a hearing, and you want to go out. Can I please ask the usher of the rock to help us? Sergeant at Arms, help us. The honorable member Mukwele is not ready to cooperate with the chair, so I will request her to go out. Take her out, please. Usher of the house, if he... Okay, please look for an assistant. We want the honorable member out of this house. She doesn't want to go out. Look for an assistant. Let them help you to take her out. In the meantime, okay. Thank you very much. Please help us to take the honorable member out of this chamber. Leave the house, honorable member. Don't listen to the honorable member. Do your work. Do your work. Don't listen to her. Order, honorable members. Honorable Julius. Order, Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you, Chair. There's another one that must go. But Chairperson, there are now two rulings. You made a ruling that Honorable Nyambi must withdraw, and then you made another ruling that you'll come back with a decision, right? On the basis of that, are you rescinding your previous ruling? And I want to know why. Are you rescinding your previous ruling? Because you made a ruling, and next time you make a ruling on other members of other parties, how will we listen to you if a presiding officer, knowing the rules, one of the presiding officers of this house is not prepared to withdraw or to respect your rulings? What will happen now in this house? You please, can I ask you to be consistent? Can you remain with your first ruling that Honorable Nyambi withdraw, because I see no reason why you rescinded your decision, Chairperson? Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the sake of peace, Honorable Nyambi, and for us to continue, will you please withdraw the first remark? Order, honorable members.
Withdraw what?
You refer to the Honorable Mateis.
Absenteeism,
yes. Absenteeism.
Yes.
And it's not your duty to do that. Please withdraw so that we continue. Okay, honorable members. Members may not cast a reflection on the conduct or a character of a person. Such conduct or character may only be challenged in a substantive notion. So please, Honorable Nyambi, please withdraw so that we continue. Can I ask the honorable member to sit? Because we are still busy with the honorable Nyambe. Can I ask you to take your seat, honorable member? Okay, honorable member, continue so that we...
Chair, I'm withdrawing absenteeism of Tuesday. No, I want to be clarified what I'm withdrawing. No, I'm ready to withdraw.
Okay, can I please repeat this?
Yes.
And you listen attentively. Order, honorable members, let me repeat. A member may not cast in a reflection on the conduct or a character of a person. Such conduct or character may only be challenged in a substantive motion. So, please, I'm requesting you to withdraw. That is the character of the members who were not in the house. It's like that.
House Chairperson, you asked me to clarify the issue of absenteeism. I clarified it.
Okay, if ever you did listen to the order raised by Julius, he is in order. That is why now I'm asking you to withdraw.
But they were absent on Tuesday, all of them. I withdraw.
Thank you. Okay, he has withdrawn. Now we continue. Thank you very much. Okay, there's another point of order. Honorable Mpambo Shibukwana, take your seat, Honorable House Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm rising on a point of order. Honorable Mutimunye refers to Honorable Julius as that one, and not even an honorable member. And I'm addressing him as an honorable member, showing the decorum of this house. And I would like him to categorically state and withdraw his apologies as a belief, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Mtimunye.
Okay.
It is disrespectful.
I heard you. There's no need for
upset.
repetition. You know, Honorable Shibukwana, I did not hear what he said. Can I ask if ever he wants to clarify the House? Did you really say that, Honorable Mtimunye?
With due respect, Honorable House Chair, I did and I respect.
Thank you very much. Will you please withdraw that?
And I apologize.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Honorable Member. Okay, can we continue, Honorable Nyambi?
The strategic objective of the NTR is the creation of united, non-racial, non-sexist, and democratic society. This, in essence, means the liberation of Africans.
Honorable Member Nyambi, another honorable member standing in the House. Why are you not fit, Honorable Vodwa?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson. I just would like to point out that the Honorable Nyambi must learn from the Honorable Mtimunye. If he withdrew at the beginning, we wouldn't have the chaos that we had.
Honorable Vodwa, we cannot tolerate that. Continue, Honorable Nyambi. Continue,
Honorable Chairperson, in future, if I'm in the podium, it will be in order for those that will always take a chance and want to just ask questions. Because if you are going to ask questions, I'm going to respond to your question. And I want it to be on record, Chair, that the issue of last week, Tuesday, I have said in this podium, I was here, and fortunately, I was part of the sitting, and when we're dealing with the economic cluster, questions that were asked by honorable members of this House, using the rule of this very same House, had to fall off, and ministers did not respond to those questions because members were not in the House. And I was stating a fact, not even an opinion. I want it to be on record because I insist that I was not just making an opinion, I was making a factual point.
The Honorable Member Voda is on his feet.
Yes, thank you, Chair. But I think what we also need to point out, since the Honorable Nyambi is pointing it out, we need to point out that what he said initially about all the members of Parliament, later, no, we're just clarifying, like the Nyambi has been given an opportunity.
But I did not allow you to, now you're debating from the floor. Now you, Honorable Voda, please. Honorable Voda, please listen to me. You cannot debate from the floor. Please take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat. Take your seat, honorable member. With due respect, take your seat. Thank you very much. Continue, Honorable Nyambi.
Chairperson, sengivala inkulumo yami. Angisho lengivame kukusho ukuthi le makhaya ngibuya khona. Kamakhelwane kunesigulumba. Lesigulumba sineminyaka ledlula kuleli 10 simile. Angaze ngabona nalenja lengalithola lithambo isikhongotha lesigulumba lesimile. Tiyasichamela lesimile. Kepha lesihamba kwesigulumba tiyasigijimisa letinja tisikhongothe atidzinwa ngawo wonke emalanga atenda lokufanako kulesigulumba. Chairperson, allow me to visit the closing statement of the ANC.
Honorable Nyambi, hold it there. Honorable Voda, why are you on a fit?
But is it parliamentary for the Honorable Nyambi to refer to us as dogs?
Continue, Honorable Member. That is not a point of order. Honorable Nyambi did not say refer to any member of this House. Continue, Honorable Member.
Allow me to visit the closing statement of the very successful ANC National General Council that reminded us to recall the closing statement of the 3,000 delegates who gathered at the Congress of the People in Kliptown on the 26th of June, 1955. Open quote. Let all those who love their people and their country now say, as we say here, this freedom we'll fight for, side by side, throughout our lives until we have won our liberty. Close quote. Chairperson, House Chairperson, I want to submit that the constitution that we are being given after being sworn as members, we must internalize the preamble. Let's go to the preamble, internalize it through you, House Chairperson. Internalize it, Honorable Vauda, starting from the first word till the last one, where it says, we the people of South Africa recognizes the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, and try to make sense out of that. And then we'll come here and be honest and be objective in building a very efficient, dynamic NCOP. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi. Let us proceed, honorable members. I am now going to call on the Honorable LB Khaile. Over to you. Please allow him to pass.
Honorable Chairperson, indeed there is more to be gained from running a cohesive, well-coordinated system for this House to avoid working in silo and harmful completion and costly duplication of efforts across the spheres of government. It is this House that all spheres of government at legislative level can find concrete impression of integrated approach towards people-driven central development. The integration of development, planning, and implementation across the three spheres must be prime of focus to this House. Such approach will be ensuring efficient service delivery is achieved through good working relationship between all role players. In order to improve our capacity to discharge our work, thus making this House effective as a vanguard of interests of the people in provinces and municipalities, we need, amongst others, to improve our planning and coordination of work of this House through well-designed and managed program process. Structure our agenda in a manner that does not take long but secure, sustain qualitative and productive debates. It is a matter of nature and fact that human body gets level of exhaustion after a certain time. Spread our work evenly where possible, equal throughout the months of our work. Currently, we tend to load the third and fourth term of Parliament with heavy loads of work, resulting in unnecessary pressure that may compromise the ability to do our quality work. We need to devise legal mechanisms, methods of ensuring that the oversight reports we send to government, departments, and provincial and local government are attended to, and the reports on action taken thereto are presented to the House in time. It cannot be an outing followed by a talk show and ends there, because we will be failing our constitutional purpose of this House. And reports and views of this House on various audit reports should be acted on by the departments, provinces, municipalities, and reports on what has been done to be brought back to this House. Enye ebalulekileyo mhlali ngaphambili yinto ye-research capacity kwi-political parties kule ndlu lena. Ubani uya kwezinye izindlu wenze kwi-legislature okanye kwa-national, ufumanisa ubana ii-political parties nazi ii-researchers. So yinto efuna ujongwa leyo, because izosinceda yenzela ubana sikwazi ubana sidebate ngendlela erayithi, singenzi le nto ibonakala apha. This House should and can only be able to claim its vanguard role when the conditions of our people are improving. To be a vanguard must be primarily be about consistent practical determination by all spheres of government to effectively address the historical challenges which condemn the majority of our citizens and marginalize them. We must bring back the pride of all South Africans by, among others, ensuring the quality of democracy, that which is fostering and strengthening intergovernmental relations as a necessary ingredient of sustainable development. Our program content and outlook must envisage increased oversight work, which is guided by inputs from all provinces and municipalities. Okokugqibela bengicimana nokwapha soxoxa bhetele chairperson. Bengazi ubana izoba yifilini. Ibalekile into ubana sijonge ngabantu phayana. Bana sisiyeke le nto yobana sikhombana. Ii-debates zale ndlu apho zibetha khona amalungu is that either zii-political parties ezilwayo, but into ebaluleke ngabantu basivoteleyo phayana. Lifikile ixesha lobana sike sijongane neemfuno zabantu. Abana basivotele bayahlupheka phaa abantu ngaphandle. I-UDM ithi ke maske sikhuleni siziphathe kakuhle, sike sijonge iimfuno zabantu. Inkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kerakilwe, over to you.
Tsena ko ke go tlotle motsamaisi wa kopano modulasetilo maloko otlhe a kopano a leng teng mo ntlong e. Ke tlotle tšhono eo ke e filweng go tsaya karolo go buisana ka ntlhakgolo ya kopano e leng gore re isa yang ntlo e kwa pele go nna pilara ya dikgatlhegelo tsa diporofense tsa rona.
Ke kgopela o emenyana, Chair of Chairs. Re na le bothata ba translation. Can we please get the translation? Please.
President Mandela, when making his maiden speech in this August Council, said, and I quote, "The National Council of Provinces was set up as one of the core institutions of cooperative governance. This entails a recognition that we are one country with one overriding objective to work together to build a better life for all. The issue facing all of us as public representatives is not so much whether competency has been granted to this or other sphere of government, but how to serve each individual South African through the length and breadth of this country," end quote. The ANC believes that the statement of Madiba is still relevant today. Honorable Chairperson, the NCOP, through its composition, provides provinces with a national perspective on issues and ensure that the views of provinces are taken into account at national level. Tsela eo re sala morago go dira melao ya rona, bogolo ya melao e tsamaisanang le section 76 ya constitution ya rona ya Republic ya Afrika Borwa, e re fa tetla eo ya gore re etse melao ka tsela eo e akaretsang maAfrika Borwa otlhe. Mme seo ha re se dira, re diragatsa se re ileng ra se tsenya kgotsa sa kwalwa ke bagolo ba rona ba ba fetileng mo papetlaneng e re bitsang Freedom Charter ya gore batho ba tla busa. Ka jalo ntlo e re fa monyetla wa gore re netefatse gore ke nnete batho ba busa. Mo letsatsing la gompieno modulasetilo re fetsa go amogela le go fetisa mo ntlong e raporoto e buang ka the Medicines and Related Substance Amendment Bill, Disaster Management Bill. Melawana eo le di reporto tseo di ka bidisa feta mo ntlong e ntle le gore batho ba rona ba batshotse karolo mo di provinseng. Seo ke go bontsha nnete gore ntlo e na le karolo ebile ke pilara e tshegeditseng le go netefatsa gore tse di tswang ko di provinseng tsa rona di sekegelwa tsebe. The participation of SALGA in the NCOP as enshrined in the Constitution further gives relevant meaning to the NCOP as a vanguard of the provinces, because SALGA, as an association of municipalities located in provinces, is defined as the voice and sole representatives of local government. This unique role of the NCOP in promoting the principles of cooperative government and intergovernmental relations ensured that there is synergy existing between the three spheres on matters of concurrent competence. Ka ngwaga wa kete tse pedi le bobedi, ntlo e ile ya simolola lenaneo la go tsaya palamente le go isa ko bathong. Ke ka nopola modulasetilo gore seo se tsweletsa se bontsha gore indeed the NCOP is the vanguard of the interest of the provinces. Gonne ka nako e khutshwane eo mo ngwageng e the NCOP ileng ko bathong ko di provinseng tsa rona, sekai ko provinseng ya rona ba ile ba etala di masepala di akaretsa Ventersdorp, Tlokwe, Matlosana and Makwasi Hills. Mme tseo di ile tsa letla gore batho ba rona ba bue le maloko a palamente. Seo re ile ra bona maloko a palamente a NCOP ba kopane le maloko a legislature ya bokone bophirima, ba kopane ba buisana le batho ba rona. Mme ke ka nopola dintlha dingwe tseo di bontshang gore ke nnete this house remains a vanguard of the interest of the provinces. At one of those meetings at Mokopa village, our people raised issues regarding shortage of water. Our people raised issues regarding houses. Our people raised issues with regard to agriculture and the drought that they are faced with. And I must indicate that some of the recommendations and responses from NCOP members who were present at that meeting include the following. Public awareness workshops should be done with communities around issues of dolomite, because people were raising issues that they don't have houses, while there was a reality that where they are staying, it is dolomitic area. The NCOP members commanded, and we can prove that they wrote to the Department of Rural Development and indicated to them that they must visit the province and address issues around CPAs. This is indeed a proof that the NCOP remains a vanguard for the interest of the provinces, Honorable Speaker. This report that I'm quoting from is a report that we have received recently as provinces after it was adopted by this very house. This is an indication that the NCOP remains relevant and it's pilara ya di kgatlhegelo tsa batho ba rona mo di provinseng. The interaction with the provincial executive during the visit allowed members of NCOP, together with the members of the provincial legislature, to interact with the premier of the province and members of the executive and to hold them accountable. This is a fact, Honorable Chair, that we interacted and the premier and members of the executive committed to address issues that were raised by the people. The NDP argues that to achieve a capable state, we must, amongst others, strengthen delegation, accountability and oversight, and make it easier for citizens to hold public servants and politicians accountable, particularly for the quality of service delivery. Our people have pinned their hopes on us to create a basis for them to better their lives and to make sure that the NDP vision is realized. President Zuma, when addressing the National Council of Provinces on the 6th of November 2014, concluded his speech with the following words, open quote, "This House, as the voice of the provinces, will play an important role in ensuring that the legislation coming out of our parliament is transformative and will lead to a better life for our people," end quote. Let us work together to strengthen the NCOP as the vanguard of the interest of the provinces. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I shall now call on the Councillor P. Ramaramela from Salga. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, House Chair, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, all our MECs present here, honorable members, permanent members and special delegates to the NCOP, ladies and gentlemen. We are indeed honored and privileged as the South African Local Government Association to participate in this debate to reflect on the functioning of the NCOP as prescribed in the Constitution of the Republic. This we see as an opportunity to constructively assess whether the NCOP is indeed performing the role that is expected of it, and how can we assist in improving its functionality. The Constitution prescribes that the NCOP represents the provinces to ensure provincial interests are taken into account in the national sphere of government. The Constitution further stipulates how the NCOP should represent provinces, and it dictates that it should participate in the national legislative process and provide a national forum for public consideration of issues affecting the provinces. We want to submit, Honorable Chair, that our member municipalities are a major part of provinces, and by implication, the NCOP is therefore expected to take into account the interests of municipalities, as per the Constitution in recognizing organized local government. An allocation of seats in this House, it's actually a proof that the Fifth Parliament is recognizing the role that is supposed to be played by organized local government in the NCOP. As organized local government, we understand the significance of this House. Hence, we prioritize the occupation of our seats at the beginning of the fifth parliamentary term, despite challenges of having to spread ourselves as we are full-time public representatives in our own municipalities. The NCOP, in our view, functions as a critical bridge between the three spheres of government, and it's in this context has a very important intergovernmental relations role to play in ensuring the achievement of cooperative governance and consensus on policy amongst three spheres of government. The NCOP, Honorable Chair, is strategically placed to ensure that there is coherent planning and ultimately better service delivery at all levels of government. The NCOP, therefore, and it remains the most relevant institution for harmonizing the interests of national, provincial, and local government. Through the National Council of Provinces, the national government is sensitized to provincial and local interests, and this should better inform policy decisions. The NCOP therefore plays a major role in ensuring that the concerns of the people we serve find expression in our policies and enriches the policy and legislative process. Programs of the NCOP, such as Taking Parliament to the People and Provincial Week, have proved to be critical platforms for participatory democracy, where our ordinary citizens have an opportunity to interact with the public representatives and voice their concerns. It is through these platforms that the three spheres of government should be seen by our people as one of the coherent government and avoid grandstanding against one another at all costs. We remain encouraged by the addition of local government week to the key programs of the NCOP, as it creates platform for intergovernmental dialogue on key policy related to local government. This is an opportunity to showcase success in local government and dispel the perception that all is doom and gloom at the local sphere. Our member municipalities continue to exercise various sector departments. Our member municipalities continue to experience various sector departments implementing processes in their municipalities without aligning themselves to municipal IDPs. This results in incoherence in terms of policy implementation, which negatively affects development outcomes. Since this policy implementation takes place at the local level, we call on the NCOP to ensure that the IDPs are used as the central planning tool to ensure integrated planning and implementation across the sectors and the three spheres in line with the National Development Plan. The NCOP is in the better position to oversee that it is the only institution that brings all the three spheres of government under one roof. With the legislative powers bestowed to it by the Constitution, the NCOP is also better placed for ensuring that national and provincial spheres provide adequate support to municipalities as required by Section 154 of the Constitution. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, as SALGA, we remain committed to the continuous and more meaningful engagement with the NCOP. We believe that today's introspection will assist the Honorable House in moving forward in its role of representing the interests of provinces and in particular ensuring the advancement and investment in developmental local government. We confidently say that the NCOP is the vanguard of provincial and local interests. As we march closer to 2016 local government elections, we will also mark 20 years of organized local government. Let us celebrate how far we have come in entrenching local government in the work of the NCOP and build on this solid foundation as we enter the transition period. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. Honorable Van Lingen.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members and special delegates, all our colleagues have eloquently expressed the National Council of Provinces mandate, so we know by now that provincial and local government issues must be raised at a national level. As vanguards of the unique role with access to various parliamentary tools and at the forefront of considering legislation, we need to prioritize how it affects the individual on the ground. But, Honourable Chair, there is a deliberate erosion of the political tools that we have as members of Parliament, and without the proper functioning of this House, we cannot create a better society for all South Africans. The violation to democratic principles need to be addressed. The NCOP played a leading role in 2009 when we came to this House, stating that the rules are amended annually. After almost 7 years in this House, we can clearly contest that no efforts are being made by the governing party for the revised rules to serve in this House. There is only one solution, and that is for the National Council of Provinces chairperson to interview and overrule the current stalemate where members of the governing party do not attend this important subcommittee meeting. The chairperson should insist that the rules subcommittee sits early in December to finalize the rules for submission in February. The big issue hindering our ability to participate fully in the legislative process is the lack of respect from the executive to this House. In fact, it's undermining our rights. Ministers responding to the NCOP written and oral questions use this as a mere tick box exercise. Increasingly, the quality replies by the ministers and their departments are absolutely pathetic. Ministers do not attend NCOP select committee meetings. Honorable Eddie Makua this week pointed out in a select committee for trade and international relations that Minister Davies had not attended a single meeting this year. Further, how many times have ministers referred us to ask relevant NCOP questions at a provincial or local government level where we try to elevate these issues to Parliament? In 1998, the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Lesua Lakota, described the executive's attitude towards the NCOP as dismissive.
Order, Honorable
It is
Van Lingen.
clear.
Please take your seat. Honorable Makua.
I rise on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
That the Honorable Van Lingen is not telling us the full truth. It is a point of order.
Order, honorable members.
Because she's misleading the House chairperson. What has happened is that the Deputy Minister of the Department of Trade and Industry did attend meetings of the Select Committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That was a point of clarity, and I am also a member of that committee. I really agree with the Honorable Makua. Continue, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, it's very important that I point out I used the word ministers. They are the executive. Ministers do not attend NCOP select committees. Further, how many times have ministers referred...
Honorable Van Lingen, order, ma. Please take your seat. I've seen the hand of the Honorable Damini. I've seen Honorable Manopule. I have seen the Honorable De Beer. I'm sure... Okay, let me not speculate.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm standing on a point of order.
What is the point of order?
Just last week, we had Minister Aaron Mswaleti in our select committee, so the statement is misleading.
Which statement, ma? Honorable, I want the honorable member to complete the sentence because we need to be sure of what.
That ministers are not attending select committees.
Also in our committee, we do have some ministers. Honorable Van Lingen, please don't mislead the House.
I'm not misleading the House chairperson. We were in a Labour meeting today, and the minister and the deputy minister were absent. But the meeting continued. We negotiated at a different level. So, may I continue?
Can you please say some ministers, because it's not all
some
of
ministers,
them.
Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you.
A fish rots from the head down, and I'm afraid our presiding officers sit at the neck of this fish. Let me explain. The Honourable President confirmed that he will debate in the NCOP on Thursday, 5 November, which we now cannot do due to a state visit to India. However, the Chief Whip knew that this was going to happen the week before last because of a provincial alert raised with us.
Order, Honourable Van Lingen. Order, Honourable Van Lingen. Please take your seat. Can you please manage the time? Yes. Honourable Chief Whip.
I would like the honourable member to supply me with the proof that I knew. The records that I have in the office I'm managing,
Can I come in, Honourable
she
Chief
is
Whip?
misleading the House and the public.
And
she's casting aspersion on my integrity. That's what she's doing. She must produce that proof. I had no documentation. I had nothing. She must withdraw.
Thank you very much.
She mustn't
thank
cast
you.
aspersion about my integrity.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Honourable Van Lingen, you just cast an aspersion on the Chief Whip. Can you please withdraw that so that we
Chairperson,
continue?
I withdraw. I don't know
Thank you
which
very
part,
much.
but I withdraw.
Thank you very much. Continue.
Elsa.
The
O-
DA,
okay,
through
order,
its values and
order,
free...
ma, order. We are managing your time. Don't worry. Take your
done.
seat, Honorable Van Lingen. Ms.
Thank you,
Zwane,
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm raising on a point of order.
what is the point of order?
I want the honorable member debating to actually unpack the statement. The fish rots from the head to the bottom. What is the meaning of that? Who is the head? and
Okay,
Who is the bottom?
take your seat,
And
ma.
who is rotten? Who is rotten?
Honorable Zwane, you were supposed to ask for permission to ask a question first, so you didn't. Now that falls off. Continue, Honorable Van Lingen.
Honorable Chairperson, the DA, through its values of freedom, fairness and opportunity, will continue fighting for the functions of this House to work for the people of South Africa, true to the Constitution. Thank you.
We proceed, honorable members. I am now going to call on the honorable member, MLA Masora, the Deputy Speaker from Limpopo Legislature, one of our son of the soil. Over to you.
Thanks very much, House Chair, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, together with the Chief Whip of the House and the Majority Party, the representative of Salga, Councillor Ramaremela, MECs present here, fellow delegates from provinces, comrades and friends. Chairperson, thanks very much for this opportunity afforded to us to address this August Council on its functioning and the quest to improve the lives of the people of South Africa for better. We rise here with, carrying with us the wishes and aspirations of millions of our people who requested us through the ballot as their legitimate servants to speak in their names and on their behalf. We are not apologetic when an opportunity arises for us to represent their views as long as their mandate to us remains valid. This sitting of the Council takes place on a very important day, which we must acknowledge and appreciate, when the three arms of our government, through their heads,
Order, Honorable Isaac.
are meeting
Please
to
don't drown the
deliberate.
speaker.
Are meeting
Honorable
to-
Isaac, please order. Let's have order in the House. Honorable Isaac, please be in order. Continue.
Honorable Chair was saying that it's important that this sitting acknowledges and appreciates that it takes place on the day when the three arms of our government, through their heads, are meeting on a very important meeting to deliberate on how these three arms can collaborate to better improve the lives of our people. The advent of the democratic dispensation in South Africa post-94 culminated in the formation of the representative parliamentary system, which is dynamic and vibrant. The Constitution of the Republic established Parliament, which comprises of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, a unique model of constitutional democracy only known in this country called South Africa. Both of these houses of parliament participate in the legislative process, with the National Council of Provinces representing the interests of provinces. The architect of our constitutional democracy were always driven by an ideal to build a unitary state anchored on the ideals and values of democracy and the protection of human rights. They rejected federalism and its attendant divisive tendencies in favor of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. And when my colleague, the Speaker of the Western Cape, correctly mentioned the Constitution of the Western Cape and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, correctly as the facts are, it reminds me of my days when I was still governed by the Constitution of Leboa, where I lived. 100 kilometers on the far north, there will be another Constitution of the Republic of Venda. Another 100 kilometers to the northeast, there will be a Republic of Kazangulu. On my return from Kazangulu, I was still being governed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa before 1994. Those were the painful days, I must say. Honorable Chairperson, it is very important that we need to pause a while and reflect on how the National Council of Provinces has functioned and how it should be functioning moving forward without compromising the provisions of the Constitution. It is very clear, Chair, that the NCOP is a very unique to this country, and it is not similar to a Senate or the upper house that obtains in the other countries. We need to grapple with this function so that we should perfect it as the Constitution so requires of us. The NCOP is the only house that brings the spheres of government under one roof in fostering friendly relations, cooperative government, and intergovernmental relations. Without that, I should say that the NCOP has made great strides with regard to bringing together all spheres of government, and the presence of Councillor Maremela here has just confirmed that. The mechanisms that the NCOP is using, such as the Taking Parliament to the People, Local Government Week, the Provincial Week programs, have so far made huge impact in the three spheres of government. We have seen local, provincial, and national government working together during these programs to improve the lives of our people. This program should be maintained moving forward. However, there is a need to develop effective and proper follow-up mechanism to ensure that the recommendations made by the NCOP are effectively implemented by the executive. There is a need to continuously monitor the changes and impact that the NCOP programs has made for the betterment of the lives of the people of South Africa. And as a Limpopo province, we have hosted the NCOP Taking Parliament to the People program in our two regions, the region of Mopani and Sekhukhune, in the recent past. These programs have left a lasting legacy in the two districts by strengthening the bond between the people and their government. Notwithstanding the budgetary constraints, the NCOP Taking Parliament to the People and Provincial Week programs should be continued as they bring Parliament to the people, as well as granting ordinary citizens an opportunity to speak to their elected public representatives directly. We are all aware, Chair, that one of the key functions of the NCOP is to consider and pass legislation that will change the lives of our people. We are all aware that the NCOP is currently using a 6-week cycle to pass the legislation. And the fundamental question that the NCOP should answer is whether this 6-week legislative cycle is giving provinces sufficient time to consider legislations, bearing in mind public participation processes that the provinces should embark on. We should take into account that public involvement and participation is a key tenet of our democracy and should always be adhered to, but also to avoid the tendency of litigating against our legislative processes. This is a very important platform for us, Honorable Chair, when the NCOP allows an opportunity to make a self-introspection on our performance beyond the 20 years of freedom and democracy. It is my submission to this House, Honorable Chair, that the 6-week legislative cycle be reviewed in order to facilitate effective public engagement and participation in lawmaking processes. It is the responsibility of Parliament to transform society through dynamic legislation that is geared towards addressing the imbalances of the past and fast-track transformation. It is therefore incumbent upon us to ensure that the legislation we pass represent the views and aspirations of ordinary citizens in whose name we serve. The Provincial Week programs gives the delegates an opportunity, the NCOP delegates, an opportunity to understand the success, frustrations, and the challenges that the respective provinces are faced with, so that during their interaction at the national level, they are able to articulate such issues on behalf of the provinces. It is my humble submission that the area of oversight function needs to be demystified and understood within the correct context that delegates of the NCOPs are members of the provincial legislatures. Another area that we need to strengthen moving forward is the intervention in terms of Section 100 and 139 of the Constitution of the Republic. The Constitution provides that any intervention by the executive arm of government in a municipality or a province must be approved by the NCOP, and this leaves the provincial legislatures out of the loop. Using the Limpopo province as a classical example, 5 departments were placed under administration by the National Cabinet, and administrators were appointed to administer those departments. However, the legislature had no role to play, not even being officially notified about the intervention, and this created a dilemma in terms of oversight work. Ministers that assumed executive powers of the 5 departments made it abundantly clear that they were not accountable to the provincial legislature, and so were the administrators. By the way, the very national team was administering funds that were appropriated by the same provincial legislature. This is an area that together we should clarify and ensure that there are clear guidelines relating to interventions in provincial and local government in terms of the provisions of the Constitution. We should all advocate for the legislation envisaged by the Constitution in this regard to be fast-tracked in order to address the area of uncertainties regarding these interventions. In conclusion, Chair, the NCOP has since its establishment made commendable strides in improving the lives of our people, and we should continuously work together to ensure that the NCOP programs makes great impact to the lives of the people of South Africa. We should work together to strengthen our working relations and ensure that all the NCOP resolutions are effectively implemented by the executive. The little resources at our disposal should be used effectively, efficiently, and economically to ensure that South African citizens have access to sustainable quality services from their government. Together we can move the NCOP forward as a vanguard of the interests of the provinces. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Programming Whip, Honourable Pakis, over to you.
Honorable Chair of the House, honorable members, the debate today is a significant one which needs discursive context for it, so to clarify and define for each other the meaning of political institution like the NCOP within the context of the constitutional mandate. We solemnly believe that at the end of this debate, we shall have educated each other about the characteristics of an institution in crisis, which stand opposed to the one that we are leading, the NCOP, while we repudiate the rhythm of those who expectorate their sputum on the governing authority of this institution. Their fermentation has long lost political path. Like all others of this nature, NCOP is a battleground for partisan political and ideological variance. Yet while we confirm that the formidable works of this institution should be appreciated, underpinning our constitutional mandate is a basic fundamental principle of our unwavering commitment to effective governance and transformation of our society. Governance on its own deals with micro and macro political processes and mechanisms within which the institution to accomplish goals which are neither constant nor exogenously conceived with time and space. Let us averse that as long as the tributaries of the revolution fails to reach individual members of the society, even in those deep rural areas of our country, we have a case to stand on. We associate with the feckless mass forest of our people on the basis of their deep aspirations and social needs, but not on the basis of emotions and sentimentality. Our moral integrity and human dignity of our people cannot be traded nor exchanged with anything else. We touch the heartstrings and pulse of our people via physical interaction. Therefore, in the context of the NCOP is a conscious expression of such needs and aspirations through its program. This is the only guarantee to secure us an inordinate confidence of our people that we dare not forfeit. The program of this institution is not and will not be just a mere technocratic nor bureaucratic process that fails to fulfill and respond to the social needs of the great masses of our people. Otherwise, we will be falling to the groove of routinism, The smooth execution of the collective agreed program remains fundamental on behalf of the needs of our people. Central to this is the implementation of the national policy and its impact on the masses of our people. We need to constantly evaluate and monitor the impact of our workings on the lives of the great masses. The artificial climate of crisis tend to be the regular diet from the opposition parties, who will only want to appear non-offensive when they spell with their mouth horrible inventive to justify their agenda. As the ANC public representatives, we ought to be genuine and honest about what we represent in politics. We stand right opposite of what the right-wingers and new liberals represent in our politics. We are alive to their deliberate mimic cry and allegorical strategy of superficial crisis, which is just an atavistic notion of the liberal strategy. Any process that we deal with can be measured by its adaptability and coherence of the institution. However, we need to front-load some issues that needs the debate and discussion in the context of the load of the work of this particular institution. Surely, Honorable Chair, since the inception of the 5th term of Parliament, we continue with the work of the previous term. However, this does not mean what do not work cannot be changed. We will all the time tamper with the status quo and preserve what works for the people. The workings of the select committees defines and carries the strength of the work we do as public representatives. A classical example will be the political oversight. Honorable members spoke about that, legislative processes and direct democracy to our people. Anybody must tell us here and now that we are failing to do this in discharging our responsibility. The description of the process of decision-making is not synonymous with disaster, nor an act of condescension, patronizing superiority. We don't run this institution like erratic household. Members of DI here. We do not run this institution as an erratic household. Planning is a collective act of faith that translates ideas into reality and that gives substance to aspirations. Its moral basis is its rootedness with the needs of the great masses of our people. The select committees represent the powerful device with unquailing strength that can and ought to constitute and define the hallmark of this institution called NCOP. We are here engaged in a serious political discourse. We are not in any capricious trend in determining the program of the NCOP or of the Parliament. The fundamental elements of any organized institution is adherence to its governing strictures, dignified governing authority, and availability of revenue resources. The NCOP, for its part, cannot sidestep on issues of governance as a politically inclined institution.
Honorable Bakis, please take your seat. Take your seat, Honorable. Yeah, Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know whether Honorable Pakis will answer a question on whether he's still a racist.
Let me check if ever he's ready. Are you ready to take a question? He's not ready. Continue, Honorable Pakis.
The NCOP, for its part, cannot sidestep on issues of governance as a politically inclined institution. These issues of governance include political accountability, managing the outcomes, and the scale and cost involved. We have no glacious view to the needs of the poor working class in this country, nor the stench of misery that exists, the voices of human dregs. Only these factors give evidence to our passion to perform and discharge our collective responsibility or work in the name of the people for the people. In the light of the above, we want to suggest, Honorable Chair, that the NCOP ponders the establishment of all-powerful, remorseless standing committee with research capacity, technical skills, necessary resources that will track down the compliance with our laws that we develop by the private sector in this country. Their commitments they are making with possible ruthless sanctions to be imposed. We draw from the practical experience of the recent past oversight work that we did. And this is why we will always say we need an iron willpower to impose non-palliative measures on whoever who takes our people for granted. While our political acumen will tell the opposite against the voices, these emboldening voices, as a collective leadership, we do not just float in the bubble of comfort of our own creation on our backrest chairs. The pace and intensity of the work we do will determine how we're sailing through and surmount all challenges. Honorable Chairperson, since 1994, the DA is repudiating the fact that there's no positive change. This ANC government, we have used our political power to unbundle the codified system. A classical example is the pieces of legislation, the legal guru says so, legislation that we have developed since 1994. Redistribution or redistributive measures, response to socio-economic matters, which the DA spoke about on this platform. They will not see again any decisive leadership because the leadership that we provide as ANC does not respond to their class senile interest. Chairperson, stability and peace in South Africa. Members of the ANC and opposition must recognize and appreciate the political stability that we have in this country. Because there will never be any development that we are talking about as DA if there's no stability and peace in this country. And only anarchists will disrupt peace and stability for their own political ends and political expediency. And they will forever base themselves on cynical lies as a force-fed propaganda to our people. Look, I've responded, Chair, that any deplorable state of the NCOP functionality is just a hypocrisy and political opportunism. Let's illustrate this. You cannot talk of deplorable state of NCOP if the committees of this House are sitting. You cannot talk about deplorable state of the NCOP if committees have oversight visit and activities. You cannot talk about dysfunctional institution when you have taken Parliament to the people. And we took a conscious decision, and the one that says we are not going to take Parliament to the people because we need to go back and assess and monitor the impact of taking Parliament to the people. And you come up here to this platform, talk about a deplorable state of functionality of the NCOP. That's nonsense, actually. When people no longer have ideas, they will resort to cynical lies to deceive the masses of our people. And our masses will never be deceived by lies because lies themselves, they are not sustainable. And this is why we will continuously expose the hypocrisy, the fantastic hypocrisy of liberals and political opportunists in this world and in this country, in this land. Because If we did not touch the pulse and heartstrings of our people, we wouldn't have the percentage that we had 1990, what is it, 2014. And the ANC government, we are alive to the challenges that we need to respond to and which we need to surmount. And we have a political will as public representatives in this institution. We are genuine about it. We are genuine about it. We'll never fake anything in our existence. If you fake the ANC activists and revolutionaries, we'll never fake. And our strategic guiding thread is the aspirations, deep aspirations of our people and their social needs, which we dare not betray. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Pakis. The Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Tau.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wish you could have given me some more minutes in so far as...
You have enough, Chair, 7 minutes.
No, it's okay, it's okay. Well, one must start by saying it has been quite a disappointing day, taking into account that what we sought to do was to make a reflection of ourselves. The kind of work that we are doing, where is it that we need to improve? What is it that we need to do better collectively in ensuring that we take processes that seek to improve the lives of our people forward as an institution. Honorable Lord, as I came to the podium, he welcomed me back to the institution. Perhaps that's where I need to start, which then serves as a negation of what Honorable Vada said, insofar as the role of the institution and the participation of the institution at an international level. Our role as the NCOP, as a house, as parliament, in ensuring that being part of the globe, how then do we influence processes? How then do we shape the direction that the global institutions then take in responding to the challenges that the global poor is faced with? And thank you very much for reminding me of that, because it brings one aspect which we have not been doing as the NCOP, which I think it's an issue that we need to pause and look at as an institution. For instance, yes, it is true for the past 2 weeks, I've not been in the House precisely because of that participation. In the Czech Republic, for instance, the issue that was resolved on, insofar as the role of parliaments, member parliaments of the IPU, and not only limited to it, but the role of parliamentarians in mobilizing and educating society in general and the people that they represent around nuclear non-proliferation is concerned. What is our understanding? What is our position? Yes, at an executive level, we know that the South African state has got a position on nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. But as members of parliament, what then becomes our posture? As an NCOP, what then becomes our posture? How do we involve local municipalities to understand the implications of this global challenge that is facing us today? One other aspect that we have not been able to do effectively, for instance, as a member parliament to the IPU, is trying to create a space in which we practicalize the resolutions and decisions that have been taken at these global institutions or forums. For instance, government or the executive has taken leadership on this, and we had started the process as members of parliament
being part of the IPU family. And one of the decisions, Honorable Lord, around the question of the cyber warfare, what becomes our position? How do we respond to that? Does our children understand the kind of situation that they expose themselves to insofar as cyber is concerned? And how even non-state organs, whether it be your ISIS, your whatsoever, who seek to undermine each and every democratic institution in the globe through cyber. What then becomes our position as members of parliament and so forth? And I think perhaps one of the things that we need to do is to piggyback on what government had already started with the conference that ended yesterday under the leadership of Honorable Minister Mashobo around the question of conscientizing the South African community around the dangers of cyber if it is not properly coordinated. Yes, it's God. It's God. I'm asking for strength from God. So there's nothing wrong in that. Honorable members, I had said it in the beginning. The level of opportunism and this populist tendency. How do we? I think it is important that as an NCOP, we need to have a clear program where we're going to go out there and educate our people of exactly what is happening in the house. We cannot have a situation where we say freedom of speech only if it benefits you. And it benefits you insofar as being rude, you disregard the rules, you don't respect other members, you think that you are the only member who have been elected by the people, when in actual fact, all of us, as we are seated here, we have been elected by our people to come and represent them. Now, if you feel that because of you have been elected, then others have not been elected. And I think it's an important aspect that we need not shy away from in engaging and participating in that and speaking against it thoroughly. I must say that I'm very disappointed with Honorable Labuskaghni. It really reinforces the neoliberal thinking of how then do we see ourselves as an institution. How then do you say that consulting our people, engaging with our people, listening to our people, responding to the needs of our people, and then you reduce it to consultation, or what is it, networking? It's a business thing. We are networking. I think it cannot be. It cannot be that activities that are geared at ensuring that we mobilize our people behind the programs of the institution of strengthening democracy and so forth, then gets reduced to networking. Is Matama, you. Chair, as I conclude, let me thank all the members who had really contributed quite interestingly to the debate without mentioning any particular member who have been quite progressive in taking the institution forward. Yes, we have listened to you, we have listened to the views. It is our responsibility to reflect on the issues that you have raised and ensure that as we do our work, the kind of views that you have expressed will strengthen us and make us a better institution. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. I think I must join you in thanking the honorable members, especially those who maintain the dignity and order of this House. And thanks are in order also to our special delegates for honoring the invitation of our Chief Whip, and to those who maintained order. The public are watching. Honorable members, that concludes the debate and the business of the day, and members are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. Thank you.